Welcome back to the live stream, to the show here, the last day of Bocuse 2025, the most prestigious culinary competition in the world. How are you doing today? There's a lot of noise in the auditorium. Hello to all of you. And of course, also hello to everyone that is joining us via the live stream. It's so good that you're watching us from all around the world. We hope that you're enjoying it so far. Now, my name is Tanya Koenig, and I'll be your host here in the studio throughout the live stream and the competition. Make sure that you share your impressions on social media, tag Bocuse d'Or, so we can get a sense of what you are enjoying. Now, the judges are actually just backstage, all lined up, all ready to be called on the stage very, very soon as this tasting is about to start. You can see here Latvia actually has 21 minutes left to actually release their first plate. In the meantime, I am joined by one of our partners here in the studio. Alclad is one of our main partners for over 50 years. The American company has been innovating to design and manufacture premium cookware that meets the requirements of the world's greatest professional chefs. And I'm joined by Marketing Vice President Nicolas de Galoen.
Hi, Tanya.
How are you? Tell us.
You know, it's fantastic. This atmosphere, it's so special. I mean, we're all passionate about cooking. This is a place to be today. We can shout, we can clap, we can cheer for the chefs. Usually we don't do that in their restaurants, right? So it's so good to be able to express our passion to them. That's
true. I actually didn't even realize in restaurants usually don't do that.
So let's do that next time we go in their restaurant. Let's do the same. Let's do the same.
That's
they should hear the noise.
Yeah. Very good idea. Tell us, why are you partnering with Bocuse d'Or?
Yeah, we share a common passion for cooking. We've been partnering with the chef for very long. We are passionate about excellence. When I see what they do here, when I see their talent, when I see their creativity, I feel so proud. I feel so proud that our products, that our cookware that we've designed for them is used to do this magic, the magic we're seeing on stage.
Absolutely,
so,
yeah.
It's a passion affair.
Very, very nice. Now, what do you think should chefs be aware when regarding cookware? You know, do you have a best pen?
We design our cookware with them, and what they tell us is that each dish deserves its specific technology. So when they go for very fragile ingredient like fishes, precision is what matters. And we have a range called Copper Core, which is the ultimate precision, conductivity with its copper core, and that's the great pick for that kind of dish. If you go for very fast, easy tossing, you would choose our graphite core, which is lightweight, ultra responsive to heat. And for all the heavy duty everyday cooking, you go for D3, like this pan, which is the one that will be given to the winner tonight. It will be in the hands of the winner tonight, and it's a D3 pan which is built for longevity, built for decades, built for lifetime cooking, which is what we love to do.
Amazing. So we know that the winner will already receive this pen for sure. The prize giving ceremony then starting tonight at 6. Now, the group that owns Alclad, Group SEP, has announced that the acquisition of another great brand for professionals, Debouillé. So congratulations to that.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Debouillé join the Group SEP family. It's a very important step in our ambition to strengthen our leadership in professional and premium segments. And you know, Alclad and the Debouillé pans have been in the chef kitchens for years, together on the stove. So it's very natural now that Debouillé is joining the family. Both of the brand, Alclad and Debouillé, has a very special connection to Bocuse d'Or. So we're so happy to welcome them, to take the opportunity of this show to welcome them in the Group SEP family.
Very, very nice. And how are you enjoying the show today?
I'm like a kid. I'm like a kid. It's fantastic.
Great. Thank you very much, Nicolas de Galoen.
Thank you, Tanya.
For partnering with Bocuse d'Or. And with that, maybe we'll take a quick look at the video or a look into the kitchens.
At All Clad, we're fueled by a legacy of strong bonds.
Cookware is, if you are a musician, that's your instrument, right? So you have to have trust in your cookware.
This is where we meet. Metals layered together for perfect conductivity. We're bonded for life.
And now I hear that the judges are ready behind the scenes to be called in. And for that, of course, I need my two colleagues on the floor, Angela May and Vincent Ferniaud.
Can you feel it?
I can hear it.
Feel it? Oh yes, near to the breaking point. We're so excited right now. We are climbing a hill and we're near to the summit now.
Only us. The rest of the teams in the kitchen are still climbing that hill. So here we are coming back from our break at the Bocuse d'Or 2025 here in Sierra Leone, and we are just about to start the first judging of the day.
When you mean we are, they are.
They
We
are.
are not judging, we are not tasting, unfortunately.
And so the atmosphere in here is electric. The audience is going crazy. There's a couple of chickens that are dictating a bunch to the crowd here. I think we need to bring out the members of the jury because they need to sit here.
Yeah,
and we
but
really need to give the audience something to cheer for.
Let me ask a question first.
Okay.
Et les Français, ils sont là ou quoi? Yeah, I'm sure they are here.
I have an earpiece in my ear, and I know that they're actually asking me to do something, but in reality, I heard fried chicken.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to welcome members of the jury, starting with, for France, Romuald Fastin.
Keep your applause rolling as we welcome out for Team Morocco, Kamal Rahal As-Sulami.
For Team Latvia, Dinos Svidrins.
Keep your applause rolling as we welcome out Colombia, Dominique Auden.
The judge for Team Sweden, Tommy Milimaki.
Welcome out for Team New Zealand, Brett McGregor.
Benvenuti la squadra italiana, Enrico Cripa.
Please welcome out from Team USA, Gavin Kaysen.
I'd like you to welcome for Norway, Geir Skei.
Welcome out from Team Singapore, Bruno Menard.
For Team Finland, please welcome Tommy Tuominen.
Please welcome out from Team Australia, Scott Pickett. Please welcome out from Team Chile, Sebastian Salas.
Welcome Team Japan, Kenichiro Kekia.
Please welcome out from Slovakia, Peter Duransky.
For Team Mauritius, Cherry Bastan.
Please welcome out from Team Hungary, Bence Dalconi.
The jury for Team Mexico, Juan Carlos Gaitan.
Please welcome out from Team UK, Claire Smith.
Will you please welcome for Team Canada, Alex Chan.
Please welcome out from Team Denmark, Francis Cardinal.
For Team China, Alex Fu. Team Iceland, please welcome Threin Freyr Vigfusson.
Please welcome out from Team Vietnam, Sako Phang.
And now I'm gonna ask you to raise up your hands for the presidencies of our jury. Honorary President today, Chef Daniel Calvert.
Please welcome out the president of the tasting jury, Brian Mark Hansen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please, will you welcome the president of the Bocuse d'Or, Jérôme Bocuse.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our members of the International Tasting Jury. And of course, our honorary president of the tasting jury, Brian Mark Hansen, brought out his Bocuse d'Or as he is the winner from last year's competition.
Jérôme, hello. I'm sure you would like to welcome all the supporters here today.
Yeah, once again, thank you for being here. Final day of Bocuse d'Or. Would like to, of course, congratulate the team that made it to Lyon first, like we did yesterday. It's already a big achievement to come here and compete in Lyon. Keep in mind that we have 72 countries starting the competition for only 24 spots in Lyon. So congratulations to all the team that made it to Lyon this year.
You must be so proud for having the entire world making Lyon capital of the world today.
Yeah, and of course, Bocuse d'Or always happen in Lyon and it will remain in Lyon. Now, you know, thank you for, of course, all the members of the jury, but the Bocuse d'Or wouldn't be what it is without you, all the supporters, all the fans coming and following us from all over the world.
Thank you, Jérôme.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jerome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, love this audience and love all this. Look at this lineup. Tasting jury, you may take your seats and start preparing your files.
I should say, jury, take your seats. And supporters, wake up and stand up. It's no turn now.
Yeah, they're definitely awake.
Okay, the supporters and the fans, they won't get much to eat, I'm sure, but they will get so much to see and smell during those hours that's coming. Now the jury has seated and they are ready to taking their marks to be sure to be really impartial. It's not easy. It's a real job, you know, to do it from one day to the other because you got to set your marks pretty well.
Exactly.
And remember exactly what you tasted
everything.
the day before.
And they've all been tasting. They've been tasting all the 12 nations from the day before, but on every dish there's tons of recipes and tons of small components as well. And so they have to be through their notes. They have to prepare everything.
You're right.
All of the photos that they took from yesterday to refresh their memory to make sure that they're still judging on the same wave that they were judging from the day before. But let's also explain a little bit why we have so many tables behind us. So the way the jury members are lined up is by luck of the draw, basically, on whether they're going to be on the fish tasting or on the meat tasting side. So today we're going to be seeing the stone bass and lobster plate come out first, and then that's going to be followed later by the venison platter. And so the judges that were judging yesterday on fish are still on fish today, and the venison judges are still on venison today.
Voilà, évidemment, comme Jérôme l'a fait, moi je voudrais aussi accueillir tous nos amis de la région qui ne parlent peut-être pas anglais. Vous l'avez compris, ce concours international, il est pour vous également. Quelques mots de français. Nous sommes à Lyon, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, au centre de la France, centre du monde aujourd'hui. Et on est très heureux de vous avoir partout autour de nous, avec nous. Ça va être une ambiance de folie, les gars. In a few minutes from now, we'll be starting the tasting session.
Yes, we don't have the official time on any of the screens at this point of time, so I have no idea what time the official time is.
Thanks, Angela and Vincent. Here in the studio, in the meantime, I'm now joined by our expert. I'm joined by Danish chef Kenneth Toft Hansen. He won Bocuse d'Or in 2019. He's also the president of the Bocuse d'Or Winners Association. So hi, Kenneth, welcome.
Hi everybody.
So Kenneth will be here in the studio to taste all the dishes that are coming through and commenting a little bit that so you at home get a taste of what the jury is tasting. Of course, his comments are not part of the marking. It's just so that you know what is on the plate. Now, on the plate today, we have two menus. There's a platter theme that will put a spotlight on roe deer, foie gras, and tea. It's a hot dish using a bone-in back of venison, and it needs to be prepared with 3 mandatory garnishes, which is a pie with foie gras, venison pie with foie gras, a fruit-based garnished from the team's country, and a ravioli garnished served with venison consommé. So this is one of the menus. The other menu that is going out first actually is a plate theme. It's a hot dish representative of the team's country using the official products: celeriac root, celery stalks, stone bass fish, and lobster. And for this plate, very special this year, the celery needs to be first presented on a platter to the jury, then goes back into the kitchen, is being arranged and served, cut and served with the stone bass and the lobster, and brought then to the jury. Okay, so quite complicated it sounds. Kenneth, what's your take on these menus today?
I think that yesterday we saw quite high level, and we will see that again today. Of course, we will see the stone bass and lobster and the celery root highlighted in the first dish, which is hot. And this is very interesting because they are representing, bringing this second tray back this year, where we first present the celery, then it goes back to the kitchen, plating on very hot fish, with lobster and a lobster sabayon. So what's not to like about that menu? I think it's quite spectacular, and yeah, listen to the crowd. So I think we're in for a magic day.
Amazing. And what are the challenges with these dishes?
There's a lot of challenges. First of all, to cooking food for 14 covers is not that easy. And then second of all, for some countries, they don't particularly maybe know the sea bass, so they had to learn that. The celery root, which is very common in Europe, can maybe be not so known as in Chile, for example. So there will be challenge in there. Then the level of the competition. This is haute cuisine, where everything has to be not good, not very good, but perfect. So there is just huge amounts of task in that, and I think especially the sauces here, cooking a sabayon can be quite tricky.
Thank you so much for putting that a little bit into context, what we're going to be tasting very soon. And I see that there's a bit more than a minute left for the very first kitchen for Latvia to... they actually seem they're finished already with their very first plate.
So the Latvian coach is actually calling for their supporters to make some noise and to cheer for them. There's still 30 seconds on the clock, kitchen number 1, so you still have a bit of time.
Okay, this is the last calm seconds before it drives crazy the whole audience.
You want to count them in?
Only 10 seconds before the frenzy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there it goes. Starting the tasting session. Kitchen number 1, Latvia.
There you have the beautiful platter coming out of kitchen number 1. This is the first round of judging here at the Bocuse d'Or 2025, day 2.
For these grand opening with the plate dish of Latvia, you'll see a poached stone bass with muslin filled with lobster, salt-baked celery root with celery stalk filled with wasabi cream and cucumber, apple salad served with lobster sabayon.
Oh, they also have a hint of brandy in the dish, and this is that special brandy that they've brought with them. We also, speaking with the coach earlier, know that they also brought with them some special cranberries. And this year, because there wasn't so much snow in Latvia, they still had even the fresh cranberries that they brought with them for decoration on their table.
Bocuse d'Or Team Latvia created a recipe of the stone bass and lobster with a deep respect for the quality and natural taste of the main ingredients. The taste of the dish is mild and natural, with a touch of celery, lemon, and sweet seaweed. The freshness of the celery stalk and wasabis accomplish the dish. The lobster sabayon with a hint of brandy adds a special flavor, I guess.
Yes, yes. Hope that the chefs can enjoy those hints. Very interesting to see wasabi being used from kitchen number 1.
You know, the starting of the tasting session on the second day is a turning point. Now we are going to see a real battle in front of us between those 12 box kitchens. What a nice rivalry as the Latvian dish is shown to the jury.
Yes, that's interesting because today is day 2. And since we have had some changes this year with what you're seeing in the room right now, which is the vegetable platter that goes on the fish dish, it wasn't in the previous years. And so now the teams that are competing today, they had the experience of seeing it yesterday.
Look at those beautiful pictures. Those close-ups are wonderful. I mean, I love that. To dive into the plate, you know, the way the camera does.
You've gone head first into the plate.
It's our own way of tasting
And
with the audience.
that warm color that you're seeing is because they have their heat lamps up there. And so when you see it on camera, it actually is very, very orange and red. But in reality, to the naked eye, it's not as orange and red.
Look at this. You see the texture, the shiny fish in the middle of the plate. It's incredible. Like if we were taking a bath in this broth.
A nice warm bath.
A bass bath. Stone bass bath. Stone bass bath. Stone bass bath.
Stone bass bath.
Not so easy, but you know, I'm ready to anything. And now, the jury, the first jury, on the left of the stage is waiting for its first courses to come. While the presidents are reviewing their yesterday marks and notes. With a lot of dignity, I should say. Discussing. Well, this part of the jury is not so busy yet because they will have to wait another 15, about more than 10 minutes to get the first meat dish. So it takes time.
So now we see the recipe up on the screen, and I want to talk with Kenneth about it. You hear the fans cheering it. And I mean, Latvia is a newbie here at Bocuse d'Or. So Kenneth, what can you tell us about the recipe and the team?
Yeah, first of all, the recipe looks quite amazing. They are doing this stone bass where the fish meat is quite soft and very delicate. And I think they used a very intelligent technique because they have a small mousseline on top, which is with nice chunks of lobster inside. In the bottom, they put a small piece of bread, which has been roasted with a little bit of brown butter, so it gives this crunchy texture for the fish. And combined with that nice lobster sabayon, it's going to be quite interesting to see how that comes out. It looks, by the recipe and the drawings we have here in front of us, like really amazing. And very nice to have Latvia here. It's one of their first time, and bringing this level already to the competition. Who knows where they will be in the coming years. It's looking very, very interesting. Then they also have this garnish with cucumber and green apple, small crispy of Jerusalem artichoke. And then by the end, of course, the star of the plate, which is the celery root, which has been salt baked and gives that very nice texture and juicy piece of celery. Inside it has a small mosaic. So yeah, looking very interesting and a very strong dish. So yeah, let's give the best for Latvia.
So kitchen number 1, very interesting. I'm sure like you were able to describe it so well. Did you have a look at the team working there before?
Yeah, I've been looking at them the most of the day, and I'm really impressed that they look like a team who's been here for many years already. So really, really excited for them, and strong performance all day in the kitchen. So it's going to be exciting.
Now, you know Bocuse d'Or yourself for, quite a while. In 2015, you already participated. There you finished on the 5th place. You were quite disappointed. But then you came back in 2019 and you won. So you know how it is like to be in that box. Can you describe a little bit what they're going through?
Yeah, the box is just a special place. It's a huge amount of pressure. You have these some of the best chefs from the whole world walking around you, looking at you cooking inside. And then you have this spectacular crowd who's making a lot of noise all the time. And if you're not in a good place, that will get into your heart rhythm and you'll start to loosening a little bit. A lot have happened since, and today we see these very strong performance in all of the kitchens. They work like very, very clean, very, very structured. And it's quite similar to the elite sports. This is the best at the best. And they bring every year a small element just to be even better than they were the year before. So I think you cannot compare Bocuse d'Or this year even just to a few years ago. They are getting so much better every year, and that's what's inspired us all and bring this special atmosphere to the world's biggest cooking competition. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Now we see the plate by Latvia being cut, being now served very soon to the judges. It will come, of course, to the studio as well, where we'll have a bite and we can then actually comment on how it is. Now, I mentioned 2015.
Yeah.
You participated in 2019 when you won. What happened in between these 4 years? What did you do differently besides, of course, more experience? But was there like a strategy?
A lot happened in that period of time in my life. I own a small hotel which burned down in that period of time. And that put me in a very, very dark place at that moment. And then I had this big dream of going back and prove that I could do it better. And then luckily for me, my wife said that we need to get you out of this Bocuse d'Or prison. You have to go back. So the journey in 2019 started just to, get a kitchen together. All recipes were burnt. We didn't have anything left. And and then of course we had an amazing team around me, surrounded by great chefs. My commie Christian Wellendorf did an amazing job. The Danish team in general, but of course I had my very good friend alongside of me, which is the Bocuse d'Or legend Rasmus Kofoed, and I thought that the two of us brought together, made 1 and 1 maybe gave 3 and not 2, so I think that's what happened. So that was amazing.
Wow, so it actually paid off even after this hard time with the hotel burnt down, coming back, and the dream was haunting you and you actually realized it.
Yeah, it's not easy to everybody who's here would like to win, and it's a huge journey you go on when you win the national selection. Then the real work starts. It's a long journey. If you are from Europe, you have to go to the Europe final, and the Europe final is so tough with so many great countries. So just to get through there, that's a massive achievement. And then you come into the Holy Grail of Lyon and competing here over 2 days. It's an amazing journey, and it takes such a big effort. And I just want to say that I have the hugest respect for all of the teams who's here today. They've been working for so long, and now they have to make everything work in these magical 5 hours and 35 minutes, putting out the best that they know. But if we look on yesterday, it can be difficult to see who will win because they are so close to each other. They are bringing out amazing stuff all the time. So yeah, just so much respect for everybody, and
So they can really be proud of themselves. They all can be very proud to be here. We see Japan is actually has 2.5 minutes left to finish their plate. That means that while Latvia's plate is being served to the jury, then we will also see Japan's plate, actually the celery ingredients being plated and shown to the judges at the same time.
And there we go. Latvian dish is now being served by the students of the Life Institute. There's a bit of a traffic right there.
So what you're seeing now on the screens is that we are taking a peek over into kitchen number 2 for Team Japan. And they have still less than 30 seconds on the clock. And then now the first dish from kitchen number 1, which is the fish plate, is being presented to the tasting jury. And as we mentioned before, new this year is that we walk the platters around the room of the vegetables that go on the fish dish. Let's go ahead and count in Team Japan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In kitchen number 2, please welcome the plate dish for Japan. The plate dish of Ruya Kainuma, Blessings of the Sea and Earth. What does the chef says about his plate? This dish returns to the roots of French cuisine with seamlessly blending Japanese flavors and aromas, creating a plate with a dynamic interplay of taste. Japanese chefs have extensive knowledge of techniques to bring out the best in seafood. I am happy to show these skills in this competition. While celeriac and celery are available in Japan, they are rarely used in traditional Japanese cuisine, so it was a challenge to incorporate Japanese flavors into the dish. However, I believe that I have succeeded in creating something truly delicious.
And there you see their platter walking around the room. They've really left a lot out of the description. I believe it's intentional so that when you look at the dish and when the judges are tasting the dish, they're there to discover those ingredients.
In the studio, we had a taste of the very first dish. You can actually see the judges there also tasting it. By the way, there's a jury that is tasting the plate, and there's a jury that is tasting the platter, so they're not mixing flavors. While here in the studio, Kenneth needs to taste everything, so I hope he skipped lunch today.
I skipped breakfast.
You skipped the breakfast, okay. So here we have it, the very first dish of Latvia. Your take.
Yeah, first of all, what a start for this great second day of the Bocuse d'Or. If you look at the view of the look of the plate, it's a stunning plate where it has this beautiful twill made out of Jerusalem artichoke. Then you have this clever take on a pea shell, which has been flipped upside down, so it looks like a small canoe. Comes with apple and cucumber. The root celery, which has been cleverly made with the herbs inside, and a little bit of pickled mustard seed just to bring in that small spice and bring it there. Then you have the lobster sauce, which is quite nice with this citrusy aroma. And then, of course, the king of the plate, which is the stone bass with the lobster inside, crispy bread in the bottom. Yeah, very interesting plate of food. You see this in the bottom. There have been a drawing with green parsley, which circles in and combines all the garnitures, which is a very clever move from Team Latvia. And the taste, the fish is very nice. The bread is crispy in the bottom. So what a beautiful start.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. So that's the very first plate there, while Japan's plate is now being shown to the judges. There's celery root and celery stacks presented on a platter, and then it goes back to the kitchen where it's then cut and plated. And in the meantime, maybe Kenneth, you started as a chef at the age of 17.
Yes.
And before that, you actually started as a dishwasher, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of chefs starts as a dishwasher. It's a great way to get into a kitchen and feel that vibrant. And, you know, every now and then there's a chef which is sick, and then you are allowed to peel onions, and then you make your way in through like that. And for me, I was just fascinated by that atmosphere which is in the kitchen, which is quite a spectacular one because of that team spirit that we have those deadlines every day. We have to serve lunch, we need to get ready for the night service, and that brings a very big team effort into the kitchen and bring that special atmosphere that we are together with this and we want to do it together. Yeah. And then I started to cook and did my first cooking competition as a chef student. And ever since that, I just got obsessed with this cooking competition. And I've done a lot since. And now I'm a little bit on back of it and helping to organize and coaching and stuff like that.
Okay, so you actually have a whole evolution from dishwasher to coach. When did you realize that you wanted to become a chef? Was it already before working in a kitchen, or was it during that dishwashing restaurant experience?
It was through the restaurant's experience. As a dishwasher, every now and then there was an extra plate of food coming out. And I think of course, the amazing food, but I think in the beginning I was just amazed about the spirit inside of the kitchen. This team spirit there is everywhere in the kitchen, combined with doing something amazing. And then a little bit later on, I got, of course, obsessed with the good products and the nice products, and in the search of great food. It begins with the products, and it still does, and its journey will never end. First, you start with your own country, and then you find out there's a whole world out there. And going to the east, going to the west, no matter where you go. For me, traveling is eating, and that's my big inspiration.
That sounds like you can never know everything.
You can never know everything. Of course you can't. There is so much tradition and history in so many countries. There is so much to learn. It will be impossible to master all kitchens in the world. You can do an effort, and somebody just fall in love with just one kitchen, but I'm just in love with food from all over the world. So no matter if it's from Japan, Vietnam, Mexico, bring it all. I love it all.
Very, very nice. So it's a lifelong learning process. You never get bored.
Exactly.
Now, you see Japan is plating their very first plate there. And we're going to get it soon in the studio. Then we can discuss it. While Finland is up next with 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
I was listening to what Kenneth was saying in the studio, and he was saying, considering there's 24 nations here, it could be impossible even for the best chef here to master all the techniques, all the cultures, all the way of cooking of these countries. That's what makes the chefs humble, so humble, because you have some of the greatest chefs in the world on this stage, and they are so humble people, knowing that they know just few compared to the whole of them.
Yes, exactly. It's amazing, and honestly, I think that this is a humbling experience, and that's why chefs come back year after year to try and just touch the podium. And so we've had a few stories through this morning where we're hearing that some of the chefs that are competing with us today were actually here previously as a commis. And so they were working in these kitchens side by side, some of the winners that were able to touch the glory of standing on the podium.
Now we are waiting while
wow, look at that. Look at that detail.
The second dish is plated by the Japanese chef in box number 2.
What you're looking at on the screens would be under the heat lamps in kitchen number 2 for Team Japan. So we're waiting for their fish dish to come out for the tasting jury. Oh, Japan's the supporters are a little far from us from the floor, yeah. I can't hear
so much
their
further
song.
than when they were in the Pastry World Cup.
Yeah, I can't hear their song at all. I'm sure it's very loud over there, though.
Okay. So in the meantime, we can talk about the recipe of Japan that we see here. And as you mentioned, Kenneth, they say that celery is not typical for Japan, what you mentioned before. Some ingredients are hard. What else can you say?
Yeah, Japan is definitely one of the countries with a huge history of cooking. And they call the dish a blessing of the sea and earth. What a beautiful name for that. They have done very interesting little of layers of celeriac with a lot of different small elements on. We saw these small bling blossom dashi combining in this beautiful milfoil. Then they have done the sea bass with a mousseline as well. A little pattern on the outside, and then they had done this beautiful lobster sabayon for it. If we look on the text, they are saying that they had a little difficulty to interpret the Japanese feel, but when you look on the plate, you can see the perfection of the Japanese, and really looking forward to having this plate.
as well. I want to hear, as you're eating it and tasting it, I really want to see what your thoughts are, or hear your thoughts, because it's such a beautiful plate. And when I look at the menu for it, it says like detox salad jelly. I'm so curious about that.
And Finland has about 2 minutes to go to finish their plate as well, to finish their presentation first to the judges with the celeriac root and celery stalks.
Okay, less than 1 minute in kitchen number 3, less than 1 minute for Team Finland. Okay, so we're getting close to time for kitchen number 3. Finland looks like they're in good shape. Let's go ahead and count them in. It's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, kitchen number 3, will you please welcome the plate dish of Finland? The Finnish dish, a warm spring breeze. I bet they're waiting for a warm spring in Finland. The creamy celeriac flour tones down the strong celeriac flavors to match the subtle flavor of the stone bass. And when talking about delicate flavors in cooking, flowers come into mind. To uplift the stone bass and the lobster, the bergamot boosts the flavor in combination with the crispy celery stalk and the horseradish. The combination of a fluffy sabayon and a full-bodied lobster ragout softly merge together to create a wonderful mouthfeel and flavor.
And that was the description of the fish dish from Team Finland.
That's right. In the meantime, the judges received Japan's first dish. They're tasting it, and Kenneth already tasted it and can talk about it now.
Yeah. First of all, wow, what an amazing dish. You can really feel the Japanese flavors in there. First of all, the stone bass with the beautiful chopped lobster, which has been boiled and then put into this mousseline. It has a citrusy flavor there, a little bit of citrus herb. Beautiful fluffy lobster sabayon. And then for me, the big star of the plate, which is the celery root here. There is a little bit of a dashi jelly. You have this baked celery, a mousse on top of celery, small crispy walnuts on the top, bling blossom. Yeah, just a very strong plate of food. Very, very, very tasty.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Japan, on your first dish, Blessing of the Sea and Earth. It has been tasted and it tastes good.
Yeah, and look at the details, all those small crispy thing. And if you look on the celery root, you can see small red pickled mustard seed, chopped walnuts, 2 types of cream, the bling blossom. It's just such a tough job and a lot of small details brought into it. And I really think that the name of the dish really contributes to that. Blessing for the sea and earth. Job well done, Japan.
And also I realized whenever you got the plate, you first smelled it before you taste.
I think that's you're not only eating with your mouth. Of course, the looks and the smell. You have that extra element of bringing in perfume to the dish. What is the smell? What is the feel? You get that hot plate. It just passes your chin when they put on the table, and that's where you start to feel the dish first. Hot dish, warm plate, then the smell, and then of course by the end the taste, which is the most important part of the dish. So it's all senses you have to be aware of when you're having such a delicious plate of food.
I love how you said when the plate passes your face and you feel the temperature. Wow, that's really eating with all your senses.
Yeah, but that's what it's about. When the cooking in this level, you have to show a lot of respect and be 100% focused and enjoy every second of it. So yeah, just a big pleasure.
Thanks so much, Kenneth.
So Finland supporters are supporting their candidate by giving a little bit of noise right here in the front as they're waiting for him to plate his fish dish. And right now the kitchen jury, the judging jury is still tasting the last fish dish from Team Japan. And so that was kitchen number 2. And so now you're starting to see some more things that are happening here on the floor. And as we mentioned to you yesterday, but for those of you that are tuning in from around the world to support your countries today, that the venison platter will start to come out in a short while. And then at that point of time, the jury that is on the other side of the panel will be able to do their tasting as well. Those venison platters will be walked around the room and carved before they're presented to the judges to taste.
Let's go. Let's go. Mennään, mennään. Mennään.
So, Kenneth, you're of course eating a lot here in the studio. You're eating even more than the judges are because you're doing both. But you've already been honorary president down there, so you know what they're going through. What have you learned throughout the process?
I have learned that you need to keep your hunger throughout the whole day because it's a lot of food. And of course, all the judges, you want to show respect and enjoy all of the food on the plate. But they have also a professional job sitting there. So it's very important they still have that, what do you call that? That energy also when team number 12 is delivering their dishes, that they are still in need and have that feeling, I just want to have another plate of food. So it's a professional job and they have to think about not eating the first place, all of it, because then they will not have any more space at the end for the food. So, but we have extremely professional judges here, which is so much up for that task. So I'm sure that they're going to do an extremely nice job.
And what does the jury, we have the criteria here, they're looking at the overall aesthetics of the plate, the creativity, how it's being presented, the audacity, which is the artistic, personal, and signature cuisine style, then the highlight of the official products, be it the celery, be it the stone bass, taste, texture, seasoning, temperature. So it's a lot to consider.
Yeah, of course, this is the world's biggest cooking competition. So everything is taken into consideration. The highest ranking is, of course, for the flavors. How is the balance in the dish? Is it seasoned enough? Is the cooking technique correct? How are the sauces? And are the main products cooked on point? Are they perfectly cooked? Then, of course, you have also the visual aspect. And as we just talked about, temperature, the smell, everything is taken in. So if you want to win this competition, you have to mark out all of these cases and make high points in all of them. So when we saw the level that they were cooking on yesterday, it was amazing. And you're looking on the countries competing today. So far, we only had 2 dishes, but already the level is so high. So there has to be a lot of criteria so they can find the right winner.
And what would you say, yesterday I was asked by someone, is there an advantage if you go first or if you go last?
I don't think there is a big advantage in going first or last, or the first day or the second day. Being that said, it only happened 2 times. We had a winner on the first day in 87 with Jackie Ferrand, and then again in 2019. So that was the only 2 times.
Was you?
Yes, it was me. But it's. I think it's not an advantage the other day or the second day. It's all good. Of course, what have happened the last couple of years is so many are able to reach the podium. We saw yesterday maybe 8 teams very close to each other, competing just up there, where there will be very small things that divide them from place on the podium or maybe just outside. And looking on the countries competing today, it's gonna be a pretty close call, I'm sure of it, and I'm happy I don't have to decide it.
Denmark, about 2 minutes, 20 seconds. to finish their plate.
So on the screens, you're looking at kitchen number 4, and that's Team Denmark. They have just over a minute left on the clock before they're going to walk that vegetable dish for their first fish plate around the room. You see chef in a severe concentration there. And of course, the supporters are always going wild. "30 seconds until we see the plate from Team Denmark." Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now the supporters of Sebastian Svensgaard are going crazy because in kitchen number 4, the plate dish of Denmark. Denmark, one of the Scandic big bad wolves, as we call them here in France.
And they are the reigning honor.
Surely. So, this is the Danish dish Coastal Blooms. Not much to say, but Danish tradition of pairing celeriac with local mushrooms shines through, enhanced by smoked cheese and forage ingredients from Danish forests. A complete harmony of land and sea flavors. Each mushroom variety is carefully selected from local suppliers, while ramson and elderflower capers are hand-foraged to Danish woodlands. So there's a lot of gathering.
So here in the meantime, the tasting jury is trying Finland's plate, their fish dish, warm spring breeze. And Kenneth, you also had a taste, so what can you tell us?
Yeah, another very, very strong plate of food. They have done this lobster sabayon with a little bit of spice, and the lobster ragu, which really dominate this nice plate of food with two super strong sauces. They have done a small flower of celery stalk and a green apple. That's the little one sitting on top of the fish. Then the lobster ragu, which is the red part there in the bottom, it's tasting like really tasty lobster food. So yeah, definitely a warm spring breeze, this dish.
So we see the recipe now there on the screen as well. You already talked about it. Anything else to add when it comes to the recipe? Maybe the techniques that they used?
Yeah, they used a very tricky technique doing this soft celeriac flour, which is made of cream, and then heated slowly. So it's looking like a flour, but it's a very smooth and creamy celery cream. So yeah, very clever move and shows technique at the highest level.
Thanks so much. In the meantime, we're back in kitchen number 1 as Latvia has a bit more than a minute left for their second menu for the platter, the venison dish.
Yes, that's correct. About 1 more minute, Team Latvia. You're working in the kitchens. We're going to see the first venison dish of the day coming out of kitchen number 1 in a very short while. Have a few more seconds on the clock before that venison platter comes out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The team looks happy. Let's get that platter out, walking around through the judges. The job is not done yet. That platter still needs to come on out, and then it's going to be presented to the judges.
As you notice in kitchen number 1, they're now standing, launching this wonderful platter dish here for Team Latvia. The platter dish of Team Latvia, saddle and fillet of venison cooked with mushrooms and juniper berries. Cooking venison and smoking the meat is a common to traditional Nordic and Baltic cuisine. Latvian forests and bogs are a source of mushroom and berries. We use several kinds of mushroom in the theme of platter, combining with the venison. We also would like to highlight the heritage and innovation of the Latvian cuisine in a tribute garnish, which is symbolizing the garden and forest taste of combination of the winter seasonal Latvian food traditions. Pear and cranberries infused by the Latvian abavas, oak-aged apple brandy, and hibiscus. We cook it carefully and serve it in several textures to introduce this Latvian taste and artisanship.
So what you're looking at on the screens is Denmark is just preparing their fish plate for the judges. They were brought back their vegetable platter, and now they're preparing their plate and getting it ready to go out. And it seems that Japan is also on kitchen number 2, getting close to preparing their venison platter to go out. So now there's quite a bit of flurry of activity, and then we are going to be seeing the fish plate from Mauritius come out in just a short while. This little garden that you're looking at on the screens, that's Denmark. That's them plating their fish plate.
So while Denmark is plating their dish, Kenneth, I mean, you're Danish.
Yeah.
But you had a look at the recipe already.
Yeah.
Can you talk us a bit through the coastal
Yeah,
blossoms?
the star of the plate, which is celery. They've done 2 pieces of celery. We have first salt-baked celery with brown butter. As you saw on the tray, they put a little charcoal under just to keep it extremely nice and hot and warm. Then they have the little extra sea-looking celery garniture with comes with green celery, apples, and they have done a very smart trick. It's a small sauce inside there as well with a little bit of spice. Then, of course, the beautiful sea bass, which has been done with a mosaic inside, this rainbow color, crispy bread in a tumbler in the bottom, and then this beautiful lobster sabion. So, yeah, exciting plates coming up.
And what is maybe very Danish in that dish?
I think, as you see, mustard is very strong to our country, and then the fresh and vibrant, and of course, horseradish, which is the Danish wasabi in a way. We use it a lot, even in our traditional lunch table, but also in restaurants at night, beef tartare, fish dishes with that sauce, just to bring in a little bit extra kick. Yeah. And then, of course, that Nordic feeling of fresh and vibrant food. I think that's what the Danish is about.
In the meantime, we're switching from fish dishes to the meat menus. Here you see Latvia's platter being cut and prepared. It's going out not only to the judges, it's also going out to the photo studio where pictures are being taken off, and of course here to our TV set where we're going to taste. Now Mauritius, 1.5 minutes left for their first plate. Again, the fish dish. Being presented first with their celeriac, roots and stock to the judges before it's then served with the fish.
Okay, on the screens you see the teams are waiting for the fish to come out of kitchen number 5 for Team Mauritius. Denmark is just presenting its fish plate going out to the students from the Institute of Life, which will then be presented to our jury member that are on the fish jury. And the meat jury is still waiting for their first dish to taste, which is being carved at the other presentation table, and that is from kitchen number 1 from Team Latvia. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome kitchen box number 5, the plate dish of Mauritius. Definitely the Mauritian way.
So what we're looking at for the fish plate for Team Mauritius is a grazed salt crust celery root with curcuma spiced shavings, poached celery stick with celery cream, hazelnuts, and a cane sugar vinegar, a lobster and comba sabayon, and European lobster and Mauritian river shrimps. So they have said that their dish is a sophisticated composition where Mediterranean is elevated through lobster-enriched dual mousselines with 2 distinct celery preparations. The foundation features this salt-crusted celery root, giving it a more earthen essence. And of course, there's going to be some celery branches. And those are going to be enhanced with the toasted hazelnuts. So they want to create some height, and they're going to interplay with the textures and techniques that demonstrate both grounding elements and refined elevation. They have embraced their fish with the local river pond mousseline. Then they have made a pure crustacean butter to give it a little bit more luxurious depth.
And yeah, so the jury is tasting the Danish plate, the fish plate sea bass, so with the celeriac. Kenneth, you already ate it or tasted it?
Yeah. Another plate of amazing food. Strong sea bass with nice cooked lobster crispy bread in the bottom. Beautiful sauce, and then we have this very interesting celery garniture. They call it the surprise of the celeriac, which is one garnish with that small clever move with a sauce in one end and green celery, a green apple in the end, fresh and vibrant, little bit of horseradish sauce inside to give that Danish kick, salt-baked celery, brown butter. Yeah, another strong plate of food, lots of details in the bottom. You see small paintings in the bottom and the crispy twiddle, also the same pattern, which goes into the theme of the coastal blossom. So yeah, strong plate.
Strong plate there from Denmark. Thank you so much, Kenneth. Now we see, yeah, go ahead.
No, just being ready.
Okay.
And we're looking forward now so much to the trays coming up. The first stunning meat platter's gone out of Latvia. Looking forward to having some meat now. 5 fish dishes already gone. So, it's going to be exciting now coming up.
You're getting spoiled here with fish and meat.
Yeah, what a nice lunch on a Monday. Not too bad, huh?
Not too bad indeed. My mom is actually watching the live stream and he's saying she's getting hungry already.
Yeah, we should brought your mother. There's an extra tray beside you, so that would have been fun. So yeah.
So hi to my mom. Beijinho para Lisboa on this side.
Yeah, hi mom.
Less than 30 seconds to go for Japan to release their second menu, the platter.
Yeah, look at those beautiful images. That's really a feast for the eyes. We're about to present the second venison platter in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please put your hands together for kitchen number 2, venison dish for Japan. The venison dish of Ruya Kainuma is called To the Future of Japan. This dish is designed to ensure you can fully savor venison, bringing together a harmonious balance of sweetness, acidity, and diverse flavors, textures, and aromas. Every element is carefully considered to elevate the taste and create the symphony on the plate. We hope you enjoy the refined flavors of French cuisine prepared with a meticulous care of Japanese craftsmanship. With heartfelt dedication, we have created this dish as a step towards shaping the future of Japanese culture.
So we received Latvia's platter dish here in the studio, and they mentioned at the very beginning that venison is one of the ingredients that they find in Latvia, so they were very happy about it. Kenneth, your take?
Yeah, strong plate here with the 3 pieces of meat. What is very difficult about this, they have to cook it on the bone. So the saddle is cooked on the bone. Has to be stuffed a little bit. They used a little bit foie gras here as well. Very nice. Then we have the filet mignon, which has been wrapped in a little bit of morels, rams and capers, small flowers. Then we have the beautiful tart, which is half round with a big piece of tasty foie gras, juicy in the middle. And then at least that beautiful garnish with apple and a crispy Jerusalem artichoke chip. Beautiful sauce. Yeah, very beautiful. You cannot see, they are only in the beginning of the Bocuse d'Or journey Latvia, so extremely strong job from them.
And one of the mandatory garnishes is also the ravioli in the venison consommé that you don't really see here on the camera, but I try to show it. You see there the ravioli in the consommé of the venison. I don't know if you had a taste of that.
Yeah, First of all, again, it looks like a consommé on this side, but there goes a huge amount of work into that. First of all, a consommé is a clear broth. They have to make sure that it is crystal clear. They made that job well done. Then you have the ravioli, which is not just done in one color. It has to be two color. And we will see different variation of that. Goes a lot of technique into that. Then it has to be cooked on point. They has to season the broth with a little bit of tea, and it's been infused with that. So we have here the nice broth with a little bit of tea in the back. Nice, hot and cozy. It's a real hunter's dinner here. So yeah, strong, strong.
You taste the tea actually?
Yeah, I feel that small tea in the back, not overpowering. It has to be there, but not dominating everything. So yeah, just a little bit in the back.
Latvia's second dish, so they are actually done and finished for the day. It's up to the judges to make their markings.
On the screens, you're looking at the bird that Team Mauritius has bought with them. And so far, that bird is getting a lot of screen time.
You're double checking me?
So this bird that keeps getting so much airtime in kitchen number 5 for Team Mauritius is their national bird, which is the dodo. So it's an extinct bird, but so now it's come back to life for a while here at the Bocuse d'Or at Syrah. So we have a couple of dodos in the room. So then I've also just been informed that the bird also has a very, very special name, meaning this dodo that's here with us for Team Mauritius, that his name is Bocuse. So they're mixing Bocuse and Mauritius together, and so he's keeping the team company and in very good hands. So let's see if this is the good luck charm for Team Mauritius. So kitchen number 6 still has 2 minutes left on the clock before they send out their fish plate of the day. You have less than 1 minute. Kitchen number 6 for Team Iceland. They're just putting some of their finishing touches on their platter, and then we are about to see the fish platter come out, kitchen number 6 for Team Iceland. Let's go ahead and start to count them in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now the Icelandics are ready to welcome kitchen number 6 for Iceland. Plate dish number 6. Why the Icelandics are going crazy over there, up there.
So this beautiful platter that's being walked in front of the judges right now on the fish jury. What you're looking at is kitchen number 6 presentation for fish from Team Iceland. What they have that's going to be coming out on their fish plate is celery stalks and skyr, celeriac and almonds, stone bass and lobster with the lobster sabayon. The inspiration for this theme on the plate is the Icelandic national flower that has 8-petal mountain avens from Hostoy Soleil, and it grows wild all around the island. Their notes are that their industry faces many challenges to adapt to the new normal of a changed world as Icelanders' uncompromising extremes of life on the North Atlantic island taught us not only to adapt, but to innovate. The creative instinct and its deep connection to nature inspire everything they do.
Plate being tasted from kitchen number 5, and we also tried it here. So Kenneth, what can you tell us about the plate? And we haven't spoken about the recipe, I think.
I think Mauritius did a very, very challenging plate. They slightly salted the stone bass, and it's just been cooked, slightly salted, warm, but just to the point. And what's really, really interesting about this plate that Mauricio has done is the sauce. They twisted the lobster sabayon and added a little bit of kombava, which brings that national feeling. You're not in doubt that this is a strong plate from Mauritius with that just strong sauce that combines the European root celery into the dish. So very strong performance by the national theme here by Mauritius. Very tasty.
Thanks so much. You see the plate there again, and you also see a few tropical colors, I feel.
Yeah, and you see the fish, as we spoke about, that marble. It's just cooked to the point. It's hot, but not overcooked. Really, really nice technique that they showed there. And then, of course, the sauce, that vibrant colors that they brought to the dish. So, yeah, strong job from Mauritius, which is also quite new here, but doing a very strong performance.
If I'm not mistaken, it's the second time in the Grand Finale.
Yeah, I think also, and what a job. And the root celery they don't have in Mauritius, so they just recently been introduced to those. So, yeah, impressive.
And about 1 minute left for Finland to finish their platter, their second menu, the venison tea foie gras menu there.
So yes, that's correct. We're just waiting for kitchen number 3 to put their finishing touches on their platter. What you're looking at there on the screens, what you saw for Team Finland is that ravioli dish. So that's a new thing that they're doing this year, that it was part of the judging criteria to present 2-color ravioli in that all-clad container to the judges. And so that's why you see the platters being walked around the room, and then there's another member who's walking just the raviolis through the room. Should we go ahead and start to count in kitchen number 3 for Team Finland at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, kitchen box number 3, the platter dish for Finland. The platter dish, Northern Arctic winds. Well, it blows really strong. My choice for the fruit from my country is not just an apple. It is what we call a Finnish winter apple. These apples grow much later in the season, and they grow mostly on our small southern island called Åland. The climate there is ideal because the autumns are a little bit warmer for a longer period of time than of mainland. Åland-based producer grows 70% of Finland's apples. This variety I am using is called Zari and is grown by Vidar Hog on the mainland of Kokkola, Western Finland. Well, I never said so much Finnish words, you know.
You did a great job.
No, that's my best. That's my best for Finland. The variety Zari is beautiful as a fruit apple on its own. It has the true essence of a winter apple. And I won't go further because they put like 10 pages on
of
this apple.
Storytelling.
But I
That's
think
great.
we know enough.
Yeah.
Japan's second platter is being tasted now by the judges from kitchen number 2. Kenneth, what's your take?
The name of the dish is To the Future of Japan, and what an amazing plate. First of all, we have to speak about the precision of the ravioli on the side. so much bling and luxurious looks it has on the side. That vibrant broth, we know the Japanese are the masters of broth and ramen soup and dashis, and it really comes through in a strong soup on the side. Then we have the plate with the 3 mandatory pieces of meat, the filet mignon in black stuffing. We have the saddle with another mousseline on top, which has been glazed slightly. Then we have this very perfumed tart comes through with very strong spices. And then the star on the plate, from my perspective, is the apple garnish. So balanced, a little bit of touch of warm spices that just bring you in that vibrant flavor. And then a beautiful sauce to combine all of it. Yeah, strong plate from Japan.
So we see it there, that pink apple fruit garnish, your star of the Japanese plate.
Yeah, definitely. Look at the precision. We know that Japan is a master of that precision and plating out so many elements. If you count, there is maybe, if the garnish been touched maybe 20 times, and then you have to times 14, then you can imagine the work it's gone into that. What a beautiful job.
Great, thank you very much. So this was Japan, to the future of Japan. And what I also see, it's like so precise, everything. It reminds me a bit of sushi or so, and everything, or...
We see the masters that we know that Japan is the master class of everything in precision. Beautiful technique, beautiful cooked. Yeah, this is definitely Bocuse d'Or at its highest level.
Thanks so much. And with that, we have about 4 minutes left for Canada to finish their first dish. And in the meantime, you also see there the plating of Finland.
Yes, exactly. So on the screens, you're looking at Finland doing their platter over there. And so that's kitchen number 3. And then we're waiting for Team Canada. They still have quite a bit of time on the clock. They're going to be presenting their fish plate. So there's a lot of back and forth movement on the floor at this point of time. And so that was like really interesting to listen to Kenneth speak about the dishes. I wish I could hear more, but actually what I was thinking is that all of our audience members that are tuned in to our live feed watching from around the world, they actually get the best view, because not only can they see the dishes, but then they're also getting a very clear audio listening to what Chef has to say about each of the dishes. Oh, and I just saw Canada's supporters are here in the corner here. They're next to the France supporters, so it was a bit difficult to see them. So 2 minutes left for Canada and kitchen number 7. He's putting the finishing touches on his plate there. Look at the beautiful work that he's doing. Supporters are cheering him on. So approximately 1 more minute left on the clock for kitchen number 7 for Team Canada. You can see out here in the front that there's quite a bit of work that's happening in front of kitchen number 4 for Team Denmark. Going in for just about 30 more seconds, Team Canada. Let's go ahead and count them in. Supporters, now's your time. 3, 2, 1.
Kitchen number 7, please put your hands together for the plate dish of Canada.
So what you're looking at for the fish plate from Team Canada for Keith Piers, he has a lobster and stone bass together with Canadian nori, dill, and a crispy brioche. And that's going to be surrounded by 2 sauces. There's going to be a lobster and ice wine sabayon and a lobster butter and stone bass reduction. He's also putting in on his plate the Green Symphony, which is apple cider vinegar and celery gel tartlet, charred celery and jalapeno, and a green Szechuan herb emulsion. Then he has a component that's called the Northern Stars, which is celeriac, pickled celeriac, Shaoxing gel, which is a Chinese wine, and a Canadian hazelnut cracker. So the stone bass is delicately wrapped with Canadian nori paired with the lobster seasoned with dill and a crispy buttery brioche for a contrast of textures. To give it a bit of a unique twist on a traditional tart shell that's made of it entirely of gel, and that's going to be encasing the celery, jalapeno, and Szechuan. And this represents Canada's diverse waves of cultural influence. The second garnish, shaped by like the Northern Stars, symbolizes the balance created by connecting the diverse cultures within the nation. And celeriac has been elevated by the earthy richness of hazelnuts and complemented by the Shaoxing gel, paying homage to Chef Pierre's background. Finally, the sauce features a splash of Canadian ice wine, adding a perfect balance of roundness and acidity.
And we have Iceland's fish dish here in the studio. Kenneth.
Yeah, what a stunning plate from Iceland here. The fish has been done with a barbecue. I get that feeling of Icelandic volcanoes, that fire burning in, just bringing a little bit spice to it. Then they've done a garnish with skir, as we call it, which is this sour milk product that they are famous for in Iceland. It comes in a very fresh and vibrant garnish, a little bit of cucumber, green celery, and then the other part of the celery, they have done salt-baked celery. It comes with almonds, and then the lobster sabayon. I really think that Iceland, highlighting Icelandic culture here, volcano, skir, beautiful sauce, green celery, yeah, a beautiful plate.
Strong again by Sindri Sigurðsson from Iceland. That's their first dish here at Bocuse d'Or 2025. Half a minute for Denmark to release their second platter, and we are already receiving another one here in the studio. Finland's theme on a platter just arrived, but 15 seconds for Denmark.
Five, four, three, two, one.
From kitchen box number 4, please welcome the meat platter dish for Denmark. The platter dish of Sebastian Holberg Svensson. The theme is forest flowers, a Danish tradition of pairing celeriac with local mushrooms shines through, enhanced by smoked cheese and forage ingredients from Danish forest. A complete harmony of blended sea flavors.
We go from Denmark's platter being shown to Finland's meat platter that is being tasted by the judges. So you can see the judges right now, they're seeing the Danish platter of the meat while actually also trying the one by Finland. So here in the studio we had a taste of Nordic Arctic winds by Finland. Kenneth.
Yeah, first of all, I think we should start with the broth on the side. Very vibrant and beautiful ravioli. Then the broth has been done with tarragon, and it brings that anise licorice flavor, which is very typical for the Nordic countries. Very strong flavor, very aromatic. It's a broth that you just want to drink an extra cup of, bringing us onto the plate. Where this big red currant is looking in the eye of us, containing a little bit of pickled apple inside. The venison saddle has been stuffed with the foie gras, beautiful cooked, and a strong sauce from the wheel. I'm so happy I'm not in the tasting jury, because it's gonna be a close call, this one. It's heating up in here and the crowd is going mad, so amazing.
Now, Kenneth, maybe in the meantime, while we're waiting, you mentioned before you had a hotel that burned down, but you set it up again, and it's in the middle of the nowhere. And I read you have like no Wi-Fi there, you have no TVs in the room, no phones allowed in the restaurant, just a nice view and good food. What is the philosophy behind it?
We just try to do stuff differently. I think everybody is busy every day. We are on the run every day, and we try to create this place where it's possible to, unplug, get in touch with yourself or your wife. We have so much which is creating noise in everyday life, and we want our guests to have this break from everything and the possibility to reset, eat nice food, enjoy a nice glass of wine, a piece of cake, go for a long walk, have a good night of sleep. So it's the philosophy of slow living and just to make people reset themselves.
That sounds very relaxing, just to be able to switch off once in a while.
Yeah.
Lots of noise there from Team France as they have 4 minutes, a bit more than 4 minutes to go for their very first plate to go out. There we got the French and the Canadian fans actually just next to the studio, so it's very loud right now, as also the dishes by Canada is being plated. And now we see Denmark with their second dish for the cutting.
So yeah, the audience is a flurry of activity. Look at that. Beautiful on the screens, but it cuts off the view for everybody else.
Dites donc les Français, vous êtes un peu mous, hein? Oh là là, c'est pas avec des supporters comme ça qu'on va y aller loin, hein? Vous dormez ou quoi? Allez, encore 3 minutes. Tenez bon.
So less than 3 minutes left on the clock before we see the first fish dish coming out of kitchen number 8 for Team France. Denmark is busy on the plating table. They are presenting their venison dish. So they're going to present that to the members of the jury. And we're still waiting for the fish dish from Team Canada to be presented to the jury members.
Allez, les 2 dernières minutes pour Paul et Camille.
President of the jury has just requested that Denmark respond to some of the chaos around by supporting their team. What are they chanting?
Sorry? They are yelling, come on, Denmark, come on, and Sebastian, give it all of you.
So they're yelling, come on, Denmark, Sebastian, give it your all. We can't hear exactly what that is. It's just sound. It's just lots of sound. Two of our strongest nations historically now are going head to head with their spectators, Team France and Team Denmark supporters.
Allez, plus qu'une minute. plus que 30 secondes.
Go ahead and start to
Allez, je vous
count
fais
in.
confiance. On veut pas entendre le gong.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cuisine numéro 8, kitchen number 8. It's the time to send for France. Le plat de homard et de maigre de la France va sortir du box numéro 8.
So what you're looking at here on the screens is the fish plate. This is their platter that they're presenting now in front of the judges to photograph. And what they have here is stone bass baked in butter, infused with fish bones. And then they have the stuffed and spiced lobster claw medallion, a celeriac tournée with mushrooms and celeriac jelly, celery flavored with lavage and chartreuse, citrus and green apple with a lobster sabayon made with champagne, roti and fermented celeriac jus with cassette oil.
Thanks so much, Angela. Here in the studio, in the meantime, we received Canada's first dish, Tides of Global Influence, a Canadian oceanic journey. So Kenneth, you had a taste of that journey.
Yeah, and it's definitely a journey. We have the beautiful stone bass, which is cooked to perfection. If you see that glancing surface on the fish, in the bottom, very crispy bread. Then we have the lobster sauce with a lobster oil, the creamy celery done with a beautiful jelly on the top. And then least but not last, we have this green jalapeno garnish. Comes with green emulsion of Szechuan pepper. So, global plate of food, which is a lot going on and a really tasty plate.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. There we see the recipe now by Canada. You already talked a little bit about it. Maybe anything to add while we were showing it?
Yeah, I think Canada is showcasing a lot of different techniques. If you just look on the fish, we have two types of mousseline, the fish insides. Then we have the extremely crispy bread in the bottom, which has been fried. It's a technique we've seen now a few times today, but it brings that feeling of a very fried fish together with the mandatory job, which was stuffed with lobster. So a lot of technique. You see different jellies. You have a creamy celery mousse combined with a dark jelly on the top. And then again, the Szechuan pepper garnish, which is also quite vibrant with a beautiful twill on top. Dried herbs again. just so many techniques on that plate, showcasing, the global plate of food that they have written they are doing, and that's definitely what it is.
Gentlemen, kitchen number 5 is just putting their finishing touches on their venison platter that is going to be coming out of kitchen number 5 for Team Mauritius in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Please welcome in kitchen number 5, platter dish for Mauritius. This is a venison odyssey through terroir and time. Our creation begins with a venison saddle, its natural nobility enhanced by duck foie gras and the profound depth of charcoal dust. It creates a dramatic contrast that speaks to both earth and luxury. The fillet, treated with utmost precision, enclosed with green papaya and muscovado orange glaze, offering a bright counterpart that echoes our island's tropical abundance. At the heart lies a masterfully constructed tourte, where curry spices, traditionally turned into paste by using a roche curry, featuring cardamom, cinnamon, and saffron, embrace hand-cut venison and foie gras in a celebration of technique and flavor.
And here you see the judges now tasting the Danish platter. It's the forest flowers, that's the name of it. Kenneth, you also had the opportunity to dig in.
Yeah, a very big party of beautiful techniques going on here. We have the venison salad, which has been stuffed beautiful, a vibrant sauce with a little bit of pickled mustard seed, lemon thyme, the beautiful garnish with this small walnut mousse on top, apples, to the crispy filet mignon, which has been cooked in a little bit of bread and gives that crispiness of outside. And then we have this mosaic cream on top of it, to the small crispy pie with a lot of forest mushroom inside, creating that feeling of the forest flower. Vibrant bouillon with small stars on the side. Strong plate from Team Denmark.
It actually looks beautiful, the soups with these small stars in there, indeed. So that's a Danish dish. We are trying to show you that beautiful broth soup. Yeah, you can see the stars. It's a bit hard because I have to tilt it, of course.
Yeah, Tanya, thank you so much for trying to show us the ravioli there that you have. So I was watching as they were presenting it to the judges. The ravioli was perfectly placed inside the bowl, and then the tableside service was poured the consomme. So I think maybe when it comes up to your studio, they're not doing the tableside service, so you don't actually get to see that effect. But it's quite lovely to watch it and have the stars come and float to the top over once the broth is being poured in. So coming up next on the clock, we're going to be seeing the fish platter coming out for kitchen number 9, which is Team Mexico. And we're still waiting for the fish dish to be presented to the fish jury for their tasting. And right now at the carving table, the Team Mauritius's venison platter is having its beauty shot, and then that's going to be cut and carved and served to the members of the jury. Well, where did this flag come from all of a sudden? It wasn't there a second ago, Denmark. Who could have brought that out when Team France also had out their flag? Okay, less than 3 minutes on the clock. Kitchen number 9 for Team Mexico.
Mexico with their candidate Marcelo Hizaki, el equipo mexicano, 2 minutos que faltan para el primo plato. Paul is on fire is what they say that because the candidate of France, of course, being Paul Marcon there, the son of Régis Marcon.
You have less than 30 seconds on the clock. This is kitchen number 9, and you see that the students from Life are actually lining up. They're going to be presenting the judges with Team France's fish plate in just a short while. Let's go ahead and count in Mexico with 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time to welcome the plate dish of Mexico.
So what we're looking at on the screens now is Team Mexico. So their fish platter is being walked through the room. What you're going to see on the plate in a while is the stone bass and lobster that has been cooked in a beurre noisette, paired with lobster mousseline infused with herbs and winter citrus. And the sauce is a roasted bell pepper and saffron lobster sabayon. For their celery root, they have made a millefeuille with celery root cradled within a Japanese omelet, the confit of garlic with a honey gel. They have a celery stock with seaweed and avocado, pickled radish, and flour salad. So what they're doing for the plate is an exploration of land and sea. They're weaving together the flavors that transcend time, with the stone bass cooked in the beurre noisette paired with the lobster mousseline infused with the herbs. And of course, they've done this all with the ingredients that I just explained to you, and they want to finish this off with a bit of brightness of pickled radishes and edible flowers. And that is the name of the dish of Echoes from the Sea and Roots for kitchen number 9 for Team Mexico.
In the meantime, the judges are tasting France's first plate, their fish dish, pearly stone bass and lobster, celeriac tournée, celery dentelle. And we take it to the studio as Kenneth had a taste.
What an amazing plate again. We have this celery which been baked in a salt crust. Then inside they have made this mushroom and celeriac and a small jelly, millefeuille inside of the celery. They have a green celery jelly. It comes with a personal French touch of that chartreuse, which is very particularly for France. Then the stone bass. It's been done with inside of that beautiful piece of fish. There is a ragu of lobster inside, which shows technique as its highest level. On top of that, small piece of the lobster with a little bit of a lobster sauce down under just to increase that flavor of lobster. And then least but not last, beautiful fluffy lobster mousseline. Stunning plate.
Stunning plate there by Paul Marcon from Team France with their very first dish that went out. And we have less than a minute for Iceland there and their platter.
Five, four, 3, 2, 1.
Kitchen number 6, would you please welcome the platter dish for Iceland. The name of this dish is At Home. Simply at home. We bring you Iceland's stunning landscape on the platter. Being born and raised on a small island has taught me not only to adapt, but to innovate. Connection with nature inspires everything I'll do. It's very important to me to respect the ingredients. Biodynamic ingredients from Icelandic nature connect us to the natural system that sustain us and the roots of the place I call home.
Thanks so much, Vincent. I see that the jury is tasting Mauritius venison odyssey through terroir and time by Emmanuel Fortuno. That's our candidate, Kenneth.
Yeah. Yeah, Mauricio is up now, and very beautiful plate. I think I really want to highlight they've done this tartelette with the local touch with pineapple, Chinese guava, and pink peppers. It brings you to Mauricio, I think. You having these big flavors from the venison, of course, and the tartelette, but just that little pineapple just bring you a little bit exotic feeling, which is very clever and showcasing Mauritius. The tartelette with this big piece of foie gras inside, which is not easy to do, as everybody knows who is a chef. The foie gras, when it heats up, it melts a little bit, and there's a big lump of foie gras inside, so it's showing the beautiful technique. And the ravioli on the side, white and black color, kept quite simple, but it brings out simplicity to a plate where there's a lot going on. So I think a very nice and balanced dish from Mauritius.
Thanks, Kenneth. Now, yesterday I asked Orion how many hours, or actually I read that it was about 2,000 hours that he invested for Bocuse d'Or. I don't know if you know the hours, but...
No. I have to say, of course, it goes into endless hours to do the Bocuse d'Or, but for me, it's also a privilege. You give yourself that time in a young age to make some amazing food, to take the time to develop. It's a privilege to have that opportunity to cook and use so much time on it. So I wouldn't say I counted the hours because it's so much fun. Of course, it's also stressful and all that, but I think all the chefs who's here, we do it because we think it's fun, it's our passion, it's our life. I really want to showcase this because I think it's important that we shouldn't feel sad about it. It's amazing that we have that opportunity to put so many hours into beautiful work, and how privileged are we to make perfection of 2 dishes and use that time, and I think that's so beautiful, and showcasing how beautiful this industry is. what we can do with our creativity. And in a time where everything is done on a computer, food is still done by the hand and humans. So we should be proud of that, and that's amazing, I think.
And I feel like it's even being celebrated more and more, that the handcraft, even when we have maybe social media, all that, it's people want to go watch recipes. I have friends, they start filming themselves cooking very simple things, but...
Definitely, and the more and more focus on the small producers producing organic, biodynamic. I think that's really coming more and more forward everywhere in the world, and all the chefs who's working for better products, and that's the beauty of it.
You feel like there's like, when there's a trend for something, there's also like a counter trend. At some point people get sick of just everything being quick or so. You want to slow down, you want to get your hands on.
Yeah, of course, but we live also in difficult times where everything is going fast. We have climate going on, and I think the chefs inspire people all over the world to use the ingredients you just have next door on the next street. I know, for example, for France, this terroir kitchen has been known for hundreds of years in Italy and Spain. But for the Nordic countries, we are writing our part now with those terroir kitchen, using only the Nordic ingredients and using what's just next door or in our ocean. So, yeah, that's really the beauty of it.
Yeah, I was actually wondering how you work with producers. How do you collaborate? How does that work?
Yeah, we actually do it a little bit different than most, because we changes the menu every day. And that's meaning that we are the slaves of the producers, not the other way around. So some days the carrots are big and some days they are small. That's the beauty of it. But we can change every now and then, as we do. And then we can use the products which is best on the day. We are so close to the ocean where they have fish auction every morning. We get the best fish on that day. Has it been windy, then it's not so much fish. Is it a clear day, there will be a lot. So that's, for me, the kitchen, that it's the products that rules the kitchen and not the chef who rules the products.
So you have to stay flexible and adapt as a chef.
Yeah, and creativity, of course. We're working on, the taste is the main criteria, and then the looks come afterwards. But if you let the season decide your kitchen, I think you are on the right track. Seasonal, local, fresh. I think it's very, very important, and it makes a lot of stuff easier for you.
And we have less than 2 minutes for Norway, another Nordic country, to go. Fans raising their flags.
Yes, indeed. The supporters are going crazy. They're having such a good time. We really hope that this sound is, being resonated through the arena to help encourage the chefs, because they have about 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Oh, look at the beautiful supporters for Norway.
Là, il fait un peu genre chef des chefs. Ah, voilà.
Less than 1 minute for Norway to present their first plate of the day. Okay, so now we're waiting for kitchen number 10 for Team Norway to present their first fish dish for us. Counting them in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, kitchen box number 10. Please welcome the plate dish of Norway. Lobster and stone bass plate fish coming down the alley for Norway.
So what we're looking at, or what we're going to see for the Norwegian fish plate, they have stone bass and lobster that has been pan-fried on brioche and glazed in an aromatic butter with garlic. Also part of the components is soft and crispy, a variation of celeriac tarragon and the truffle seaweed. They will have that with the sabayon a la Norwege, flavored with lobster, grilled lemon, and fennel, and a winter garden salad of green celery, quince, and garden sprouts. And that is from Team Norway, candidate Harvard Workland.
Team Norway's dish on shore right now.
And in the meantime, Mexico's dish plate, sea bass plate, is being handed out to the judges. You see some sauce there added as well by Marcelo Hisaki. Here in the studio, Kenneth, the first dish by Mexico.
Yeah, I think it's almost a sign that they are filming the sauce right now, because the sauce is very interesting. Of course, it's a lobster sabayon, but we are talking about Mexico here. They've done it with a little bit of bell peppers, which bring a little bit of spiciness and a little bit kick to the sauce. They separated the sauce on purpose, so it really has a lot of interesting flavors, bringing the rest of the plate to life. They made a celery mille-feuille, and then the fish, which has been cooked inside of a thin layer of chili, the lobster on top, and yeah, the great sauce to combine everything. So a very interesting plate from the Mexico team. Also showing a lot of technique. We have the jelly, we have the small twills. So very strong plate.
El primero plato de México aquí de la cocina 9.
the platter to come out of kitchen at number 7 for Team Canada. Let's go ahead and count them in. It's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you will see in kitchen box number 7 coming out of the kitchen platter dish of Canada. The team is the Ties of Global Influence, a Canadian oceanic journey. The platter reflects our candidate's childhood, wandering through Vancouver's Blue Dell, conservato with family. It features venison saddle inspired by pemmican, paired with foie gras, spring cranberries, and maple classic Canadian flavors. Herb wrap loins and mushrooms from North Island region's natural bounty. The dish celebrates Canada's multiculturalism and chef pairs Chinese heritage through ingredients like char siu in the sesame crusted pie and steamed tapioca in the raviolis. Local treasures such as pears, sea buckhorn, hazelnuts, mustard, and perle wine made from frozen winter harvested pears pay homage to our roots. Pear ice wine, sorry.
In the meantime, the second platter by Iceland is being now tasted by the judges. It's called At Home by Sindri Sigurðsson. Yeah, Kenneth, your take.
I want to visit Iceland at home if this is food that they're serving for the guests. Stunning plate. All the meats looking perfect. Inside the big lumps of foie gras into the pie. Apple chili brings a little bit of acidity to the dish. Showcasing so many techniques, stuffing, seasoning. The sauce comes with a little bit of thyme, a little bit of a pickled mustard seed inside. And then you have the spring breeze on the side with the ravioli with the spring vegetables, a little bit of asparagus, carrots, a small piece. Yeah, and look at the craftsmanship on the top of the beautiful red chili. There's a small twill, the flowers and everything, just saying welcome home. So yeah, beautiful.
Talking of home, maybe. What do you cook when you are at home and not in the restaurant? Or do you cook at all?
Yeah. Yeah, I have 2 small kids, so we cook a lot of small raw vegetables for them and roasted cauliflower. They like curry. And then we live, yeah, there is 100 meters to the sea, so fish is on the menu 5 days a week.
5 days a week?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's right there, and we have easy access for the fish, and the boys, they love the fish. They are not so much into the big meats. They're small kids, 3 and 6. So we are having what the boys like the most, and it's easy, fast to cook. They love it, and as long as they are eating, mom and dad are happy.
And so you also enjoy cooking at home, or is it sometimes you already have been in the kitchen for so long during work?
I think for me, I just love to cook and pass on that knowledge to the boys. I hear a lot of times that it's difficult to get the kids to eat, but my experience is if they cook the food themselves, they will eat it every time. So I just think it's a privilege to bring them into the kitchen. And yes, sometimes they will burn their fingers or get sauce in the face, but that's how it is. We need to inspire them from an early age, and they love it, and so do I.
So educate your kids from very early on already to try everything.
Yeah, it's a little bit special with the first one, because when I won the gold, he came to the world 5 days before we competed here. So he was quite born into this food world, and I hope to bring him in 2 years' time so he can see where it all started.
So just about 2 more minutes before we see Chile presenting their fish plate that will be coming out of kitchen number 11. So they still have quite a bit of time. We're still waiting to see the fish plate being presented to the judges for them to do their tasting from Team Norway. And of course, we also are waiting for the next platter to be carved. Okay, Team Chile, you have just over 1 minute left on the clock for you to produce. That's kitchen number 11, has just less than 1 minute. Okay, as you can see the chefs inside kitchen number 11 looking at their watches. You've got 15 seconds left to go before you have to present your fish plate. I'll go ahead and count you in at 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Finished. Now you can see that in kitchen number 11, Chile shows his plate dish, the fish dish for Chile.
So now while we're walking the fish dish from Chile through the room, and you can still see it on the cameras, what we're looking at here is a harmonious blend of the European coast and the Chilean wilderness. They've unified lobster and stone bass with the focus on making one integral piece that blends the sophisticated flavors and nuances of both proteins. A piece that shares both elegance and a bit of Chilean flavor with the addition of world-renowned Chilean condiment called merkin. This condiment is born in the 9th region of Chile, coincidentally the region where the chef was born in. So of course it is the flavors of his home. What he has there is a celeriac piece with a vegetable panna cotta filling, a turmeric tool, and some font that I cannot read. Some celery gazpacho filled with avocado cream and pickled celery, a crispy pistachio base, a lobster sabayon, and a stone bass and lobster piece with the merkin. There you go. On the screens, what you're looking at is kitchen number 10. That's Team Norway. So their fish plate has just been presented to the judges, and that's the beauty plate being sauced there. Very delicate and gorgeous plate.
So on the screen you now see Norway's plate tribute to Norwegian flavors. Their first plate coming out of kitchen number 10. Kenneth, I think you already tried it. What can you say about Norway's first plate?
The first impression comes into my mind is, whoa, really stunning plate again. Lobster done, the stone bass done with a beautiful mousseline on top of the fish of lobster, packed with chopped lobster meat. In the bottom, crispy bread of brioche. Then they have a very interesting winter garden salad. Comes with celery, quince, and then these beautiful small mustard herbs. Then they have soft and crispy celery, which is baked celery in the bottom. A mousse made out of celery, lots of technique, and then this extremely beautiful twill done on the top with many different layers in. It's looking like a flower and a leaf, and so beautiful.
So beautiful, Norway's dish. We're trying to talk about it, but France is going crazy. The fans here in the house, as they have about 40 seconds for the second plate.
Dernière 30 secondes.
Coming out of kitchen number 8, we're looking at the venison platter from France. Let's count them in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Parti dans la cuisine numéro 8, le plat de gibier de la France. The venison dish for France. The name is venison haute couture, spirit of a tatin and soon ravioles. Le chevreuil en haute couture, un esprit de tatin et des ravioles cousus à la main. Venison saddle roasted à la broche and glazed with spices, tenderloins and mushroom scales, crispy tourte of red wine braised shoulder, foie gras and wild mushrooms, spirit of tartatin, sour mundi apple and quince with a touch of citrus, mushroom and almond ravioles served with a black tea infused consommé. Est-ce que je traduis? Pas la peine. Allez, une selle de chevreuil à la broche avec un glaçage aux épices, des filets aux champignons, des échelles de champignons, une tourte croustillante au vin rouge à l'épaule de chevreuil, foie gras et champignons sauvages. Dans l'esprit d'une tarte tatin, une pomme amère mundi et des coins avec un petit touch de je sais pas ce que c'est, citrus, des agrumes. Mushrooms and almond raviole, une raviole aux champignons et aux amandes, servie avec un consommé au thé noir infusé.
Oh. And here we are tasting Canada's platter in the studio as well as by the judges. Kenneth,
Yeah.
what can you tell us?
Again, really a plate showcasing how high the level is at this competition. Starting with that beautiful tea flour ravioli they have made. Being from the Nordic countries as I am, I really am a big fan of that smokiness. They smoke the tea a little bit and infuse the venison broth on the side, which is very clever. It brings very much intensity to it, and it's very interesting. Then to the main plate, which is just a plate of technique all over the place. We have the pie with, I count 10 layers inside, beside of the crispy dough. We have the filet mignon with a green stuffing around it, and the beautiful saddle with the foie gras inside. Strong plate, so yeah, impressive work.
Kate Pierce, Tides of Global Influence, a Canadian. That's the Canadian dish, and we see France's fans still going crazy, crazy, crazy as their second platter is also finished and will be served very, very soon. But we still have Chile as well going out with their first plate. So it's going to be messy here. Yeah, that's the timeline over there right behind me. You see it. Australia still the country that has to finish both menus. Orion was yesterday. Kenneth, you work as a coach as well, a lot. So what is like the main message or advice that you give to your coachees when they go to a competition?
I think it's very easy to get caught in all the beautiful plates, but it is about the flavors. So the main part is to create great flavors, and that's what the food is about. And then afterwards comes the technique, the flavors and all that. And then of course you also have to look on the scoring card. Where can you get the highest point? So if you get highest point for the meat, you have to focus on the meat. If you get the highest point for the sauce, you have to focus on the sauce, and so on and so on.
And what about dealing with pressure? Do you do any exercises?
Yeah,
like breathing exercises?
I think it's depending on the candidates that you work with. Some are very calm and don't get touched by the atmosphere. But things you can bring in is, for example, when you do the training, play extremely loud music with weird rhythms. It brings the same atmosphere. It takes away that you're not able to speak to each other. So you can create that atmosphere in a way. Just don't play the same music every time you're training, but then you get used to it. But still, I think here is this is a big stage, so you cannot totally prepare yourself for that type of pressure. I think here a mental coach is a very good weapon to have inside to make the candidate to only focus on the things you can do something about. You cannot do anything about all the surroundings around you, but you can focus on yourself, and that's your job, and then let everybody else be. So I think a mental coach is a very good idea for all the teams.
So we see the venison pie with foie gras being cut there from kitchen number 8 by France. The venison pie being one of the mandatory garnishes of this venison dish. The very last kitchen has still some time, 1 minute and 20 seconds to go for the very first dish, the very last fish dish plate that is going out from the kitchen.
So kitchen number 12 for Team Australia has about 30 more seconds on the clock before they're gonna bring out their fish dish. Kitchen 12, you've got just under 20 seconds on the clock. We'll go ahead and start to count you in. This is for Team Australia. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kitchen box number 12. On the right of the stage for the audience, please welcome out of Kitchen 12 for Australia, the plate fish dish.
They're still doing a little bit of plating. Let's go ahead and wait for it to start its walk around the room before we give you some of the details about what's on that plate. There we have some supporters for Team Australia up in the back corner over there. There you go, making a bit of noise. They've had a long journey to come in order to get over here. There we have it. Now let's welcome out kitchen number 12 for Australia's fish platter. So what we're gonna see on Team Australia's fish plate is the stone bass suyu lobster with a lobster sabayon, celery, apple, and cucumber together with a celeriac Vegemite. We were speaking with the coach previously and he said that the celeriac Vegemite was just going to be a bit of a glaze. So they have written that they are uniting the two hemispheres, a refined marriage of land and sea featuring earthy celeriac and delicate stone bass wraps in a succulent blue lobster. Elevated it with a touch of piment espelette and a burst of citrus to highlight the natural sweetness of the lobster. A luxurious lobster sabayon enriched with brown butter offers richness and depth, while the celeriac baked en croûte de sel is brushed with Australian Vegemite, added an unexpected layer of umami. Finally, a refreshing trio of celery, apple, cucumber prepared, and jelly provides a crisp counterpoint. This dish reflects both the chef's respect for classical French technique and his passion for Australian flavors, encapsulating the global spirit of Bocuse d'Or.
It's funny how everyone is first taking a picture there. So here we are trying Chile's first fish dish. It's also being tasted now by the judges. Kenneth, a harmonious blend of the European coast and Chilean wilderness.
I think harmonious is a very precise word for that, because if you look at the fish, what they've done there, they created some type of yin and yang atmosphere between the lobster and the stone bass. It comes in 50-50 and shows great technique, how much they can cook with the lobster and get it to give a big piece of lobster for everybody. And shows a lot of technique with the stuffing, surrounding the black line in the middle, the herbs with the lobster. Nice lobster sabayon, and then these layers of celery on the side. Beautiful plate with a lot of interesting techniques going on, and I think quite impressive. So thank you, Chile.
Gracias, Chile. And Roberto Vallejos, of course. Now we have about 6 plates to go, Kenneth. Can you imagine that there's still 6 plates for you to try?
Yeah, this is still a lot of food, but I think with the level of cooking we're seeing here today, I'm still very excited for more to come, and bring them on. We can fit in an extra team or two. I'm definitely ready for more food to come. So yeah, excited.
So keep it going.
Yes, keep it going.
You guys have to keep your appetite up. We're just gonna walk in Team Mexico with their platter at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kitchen number 9, the platter dish for Mexico. Platter dish of Mexico, Venatio Infusio. The platter is sophisticated ode to the humanity's culinary history. Featuring bone roasted venison saddle enriched with chocolate and foie gras mole. A tenderloin mosaic glaze with Mexican hibiscus. A pitibia venison haunch and foie gras layered with French cabbage and wasabi accompanied by rose-shaped green apple salad, a tribute to tomato with vanilla, both Mexican global heritage.
Well, France's second platter is being tasted by the judges. And Kenneth, you also had a taste.
Yeah. Stunning plate, very inspiring. As we all know, the Macrons is about the cept mushroom, and we really see that coming through here. We have the filet mignon, which has been wrapped into the cept mushroom. We have the saddle, beautiful stuffed. This beautiful garniture looking with quench, caramelized, been blowtorched a little bit, and then we really see how skilled the French are to make these beautiful tarts. A big piece of juicy foie gras inside, and on the side, bouillon with mushrooms inside, a little bit of almonds, thyme leaves. Very umami plate of food here. Yeah.
Well, venison haute couture, it's the name. So would you say it's haute couture?
They definitely played that name to its highest. So yeah, beautiful plate of food, and yeah, just inspiring plate. So yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful work.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. That's the second platter, the second menu of Team France by Paul Marcon. And I know the fans are going crazy now here in the auditorium. Yeah. We have 5 more dishes to go. Australia with their platter, and no, the platter is still coming out. Australia, Chile, and Norway still have to finish their platter there. We still have to try about 5 dishes here in the studio and the judges as well. So the team, the fans for France, you don't see it right now, but they're making like heart-shaped signs there to send it to the kitchen. Much love, beaucoup d'amour, beaucoup d'amour. Encore une fois. Beaucoup d'amour pour l'équipe de France ici à Lyon. Merci beaucoup pour tout l'amour aujourd'hui. So Kenneth, what are you up for when you come to Lyon? I mean, except being here.
Yeah, Lyon is a type of a family feeling because so many friends are here. And I think every time I'm here, the time goes with visiting the Paul Bocuse, the halls of Paul, and then restaurants because so many good friends are there. So visiting the food scene in Lyon in general, a nice walk by the river, and yeah, I think that's what's going on for me when I'm in Lyon. It can sound a little bit boring, but yeah, Lyon is the capital of food, so yeah, why shouldn't we just give in to that? So yeah, that's where my time goes.
Absolutely. And we see Régis Marcon there on the screen supporting his son as well. Winner of Bocuse d'Or 1995. And you hear the crowd chanting Régie, Régie.
Sorry about that. That was such a beautiful moment that I wanted to comment on, but my microphone was it's silenced. I just ran out of battery, and I feel for the teams too that are also running out of battery like we are. So that was a beautiful moment. It's seeing Regis there supporting his son. Of course, we miss Regis here on the floor. He's been a member of the committee for so long, and of course this year he's going to be in the stands to support his son from afar like that. Oh, look at the baby that's on the screen with the little earmuffs. That's the next generation. Oh my God, so cute. So there's a lot of history behind this competition. We love to see young children like this as well being part of the audience and getting really the history of the Bocuse d'Or in their veins with this culinary team. So what we have here, we're seeing here on the floor, is we have Team Mexico that is on the far side of the arena cutting their venison platter. We have seen Australia, which is the last kitchen on the floor, present their fish dish. Now they're just in the kitchen and they are plating their fish dish before that goes out to the fish members of the jury. The rest of the teams that have already finished, they had to clean their kitchens, go through all of their ingredients with the jury members, make sure that they have everything in order. And then, of course, we're going to continue on with having more of the venison platters coming out. Okay, Team Australia is doing their final wipe down before presenting their fish place out. And we're still waiting for the platter to come out from Team Norway. That will be their venison platter. So there's still plenty happening here at the Bocuse store on day 2. Kitchen number 10 for Team Norway. You've got 3.5 minutes left on the clock.
And here in the studio, we are trying Australia's very first dish. We have Australia with Uniting Two Hemispheres by Dan Arnold. That's the candidate there. You see the recipe right now on your screen. Kenneth, I don't know if you're ready already to comment, but maybe looking at it, what can you tell us? Or tasting it?
First of all, thank you, Australia, for coming all this way. Such a long journey, but a beautiful plate of food here. They have done the fish together with the lobster. As we've seen earlier, a lot of them did the lobster outside. Here is the other way around. So Australia is showing great technique by putting the stone bass on the outside and the lobster in the inside. So showing great technique there. It's been covered in multiple colors by beautiful flowers. Then they've done a little piece of baked celery with some caramelized onion and apple on the top. And then a small thin jelly with a beautiful twill. Comes with green celery. And least but not last, they have lobster sabian, which been done with the coral from the lobster. So it contains the lobster egg and brings small pink spots into the sauce and giving it this little bit of a vibrant feeling, interesting to watch the sauce, and brings a little bit more lobster flavor into the sauce. So beautiful dish, Australia.
Thank you very much. So this dish from a team from Down Under. 20 seconds to go for Norway to release their platter.
Exactly, so that's kitchen number 10 that we're looking at up there for Team Norway. Audience members are going wild. Let's go ahead and count them, and you guys help me with this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kitchen box number 10. Please welcome the platter dish of Norway. It's a roe deer Nidaros. Our roe deer dish is based on letting all the parts of the roe deer getting to shine their own natural way. The saddle roasted on the bone is glazed with fresh plum to bring sweetness and acidity to our main pieces. The tenderloin is smoked, which is very traditional in Norway, as you know. The pie lets the tough shoulder shine as it's baked in a crispy dough and complemented with seasonal vegetables from Norway. Everything brought together with a very fresh and fruity quince garnish. This dish is all about Bocuse dough. Je sais.
Mexico's second dish is out from kitchen number 9. It's being tasted by the judges. Echoes from the sea. No, Venatio Infusio is the name. It's a Latin. So the name there on the screen is not right, but you see the right recipe. Kenneth.
Yeah, again, Mexico comes in here with a strong personality. We have a little bit of spices on all the 3 pieces of meat and brings that little bit spiciness, that little bit of sparkle that tells us now we're gonna eat Mexico's venison. Take on that. Then on the side they have made these beautiful ravioli in black and white. A little bit of chili oil on the top to separate the crystal clear broth. Small mushrooms inside, and they use the same mushrooms in the sauce, just in a very, very petite size to bring a little bit action on the plate when they pour on the sauce. Green apple flour, which has been placed in a small jelly to bring freshness and acidity to the rich meat with that little bit of spice. The pie with a beautiful piece of foie gras inside. Strong plate from Mexico. Yeah.
I see that they use the same shape in their first plate to cover the lobster and sea bass here again.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same mold, but I think this time the first one was totally clear. This has been broken a little bit in the color, but I think also it's to say, we have the judges tasting the meat and the fish are not the same. So sometimes it can be for the candidate to tell, we have a style, we try to make through, here comes Mexico, this is us. All the teams choose the theme. You see in the kitchens, they have all those small little logos, small little designs, or as we know for other sports, the little club brand. So it's a fun way to say, hello, this is me, and this is how I want to express myself. Very interesting from Mexico.
Thank you very much, Kenneth.
Okay, so now we have a moment of calm. So what's happening now is the fish jury is going to continue to review their notes and their scores, because we've gone through the entire arena here, and they've already been presented all of the fish dishes already. So they have a little bit of time to go ahead and look through their scores. And we're still going to see the rest of the platters for the venison platters coming out. So then, of course, you still visually have a lot to look at, and there's still a lot of things to present to the meat tasting jury. Front of one of the kitchens that's just getting cleaned up over on the top of the stands. And joining me over here on camera, we have Matthew Peters, who's part of the organizing committee, and Jonas Lundgren, who is also a part of the kitchen jury. And so you both have competed here, so you're friends and family of the Bocuse d'Or. What year did you compete, Matthew?
17.
In 2017. Is your mic working? Can you say a little?
No, check, check.
Okay, there
we
you
go.
go.
2017.
Your mic is on. So 2017, what year were you?
2009.
2009, that was a long time ago. Okay, Jonas, I'll start with you since you're holding the microphone. As part of the kitchen jury, what are you looking for? What are you looking at when you're looking inside the team's boxes and kitchens?
So actually, we have a bunch of stuff we're looking for. We're looking for waste optimization, hygiene, the organization, the flow, workload between the commie and the candidate, how technical it is, how good they use the product, and so on. So there's the whole list here, so a lot to consider.
So it's a gigantic list that you're looking through, and so you're going around throughout the past 2 days just looking in each person's kitchen. All of us that are watching on the screens and at home, we see all of this beautiful stuff and our eyes are like wide open and just like we're hearing all the noise and the excitement. You're looking at the exact opposite things that we're looking at.
Exactly. When you guys are having fun, we're looking at the details in the
Yes.
kitchen going on. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Okay, hand the microphone over. And so, Matthew, now as part of the organizing committee, how has it been for you today? You've been carrying around some of the platters, walking around. You've been doing your laps and your steps. How has the last 2 days been for you?
Definitely getting the arm workout in. No, it's been great. So it's kind of the first year, kind of changing things up. So kind of learning throughout the process.
What's the microphone higher?
And then, again, learning through the process. But this morning, we went through and checked all the boxes, made sure that everybody was systematically organized and following the rules and regulations of the Bocuse store. And then from there, it's the continuation of, helping and answering questions along the way.
It truly, genuinely, thank you guys so much for all of the work that you guys do behind the scenes. You're helping out the teams all of the time. And without you guys and without all the other members of the organization committee, we couldn't have such a beautiful competition like this. So thank you so much. And thank you for having a piece to camera today.
Thank you.
Okay, kitchen number 11 for Team Chile. You have 3 more minutes on the clock before you need to present your venison platter. So you have about 3 more minutes.
Kenneth, while we're waiting for Chile to finish and to receive Norway's plate, I know that chefs usually have many projects going on. You have a hotel, and you just told me that the hotel is celebrating 100 years of Jubilee. I mean, it burned down at some point. You build it up with a lot of effort. So what are you planning?
Of course, 100 years is a lot, so we are planning having a big party when we're turning 100. It's going to be quite special for us with the history we have, and both the old and new history. We are doing a book into that celebration, coming out with a new book about the hotel and telling the stories from the guests' perspective. We have so many guests coming there for many years and years and years throughout generations. So when you have a big history, it's also important to celebrate it when it's there. So yeah, that's some of the plan that is coming up. And yeah.
So you said a book about the hotel. Are there also recipes in there?
Of course, there will be recipes. We ask the guest what are their favorite recipes throughout the season, and we try to highlight some of the best dishes and the recipes that they like. It can be something from the breakfast or, of course, a whole dish from the menu, but we try to involve the guest in what are they feeling about the house. Of course, we have an idea ourselves, but we think it's going to be very interesting to make the guest the stars of the book together with the house, because without any guests there is no hotel, so we have to honor that, and that's why we try to turn it a little bit upside down.
Yeah, without guests, no hotel, and without guests in the restaurant, also no restaurant. In the end, it's all for them.
Now Team Norway is coming.
Yeah, we have 30 seconds for Chile, so that one is going out. In the meantime, we will taste Norway's second plate here in the studio.
Great, I'll give you guys a little bit of time to go ahead and taste. As we sit here and watch for kitchen number 11, let's go ahead and count them in at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kitchen box number 11, please welcome the platter venison dish of Team Chile.
So walking through the room for Team Chile is their venison platter of the day.
Yes,
followed
Angela, diving into my file for Team Chile.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you are. The font was very small for me to read.
All right, there it is. Here we go. Team Chile, the power of the forest. There it is, here it is. I need my glasses. Power of the forest. A culinary tribute to the forest. This platter features a bone-in saddle of venison, a tender roe deer fillet, a venison pie with foie gras, and seasonal accompaniments with like an apple and chutney garnish, all tied together with a vibrant blueberry sauce. The inspiration for this platter came from the tradition in my family of eating roe deer. Oh, that's a tradition, is family great. Paired with apple puree and fresh southern berries, like blueberries, for instance. The power of the forest. This is the roe dish of Team Chile.
Thank you very much, Vincent. In the meantime, we have Norway's platter here in the studio. You also see that the judges are tasting it. Roe deer Nidaros by Howard Werkland. So, Kenneth.
Yeah, what a stunning plate from Team Norway. First up, if we look on the ravioli, they've done something extremely interesting. They created this dough which simulate kale leaf, but it's the dough that they made the same pattern as a kale leaf has, and It shows just extremely great technique, and it comes in a broth with small spring peas, morels, very tasty mouthful. Then onto the main plate where the technique is so beautiful. Quince garniture in the middle with razor sharp precision, beautiful done. Filet mignon comes with shiitake mushroom. It's been flavored with a little bit of smoke, not overpowering, but just there where it should be. The beautiful pie topped up with foie gras, and the venison salad saddle, which been flavored with beurre noisette, brown butter, to bring that roasted flavor into the saddle. Roe deer sauce with just the heads of a very small mushroom to bring that energy to the plate. So very, very beautiful job from Team Norway.
That's the comments by Kenneth Toft Hansen here in the studio. That is, of course, not going into the markings. It's just to give you a taste at home of what the judges are actually having. Anything else, Kenneth?
I think we should talk a little bit more of that kale ravioli, because we've seen so...
You have to show it.
Yeah.
If you try to hold it to the camera.
Maybe I can do that.
You tilt it, you need to tilt it.
I fix it up.
Ah, that's a good idea. So the kale ravioli, he wants to show the shape.
I don't know if it's able to see it. We've seen so many classic ravioli today, which has been done very beautiful, but I think this is one of the first where it's really a creative way to make it in an impression, as is a kale leaf, which is very particular to the Nordic countries. And I just think it shows great skill of creativity and another way of twisting a classic ravioli, as we don't have so much tradition in the Nordic countries for ravioli. So just think spectacular way of doing it, and very beautiful ravioli.
You were just talking about the creativity there. I mean, I guess you need to get inspired all the time as a chef. Where do you get your inspiration from?
Oh, I think the inspiration can come from everywhere. Of course, this is an epicenter of creativity for so many chefs from all over the world coming here, showcasing what they have been training for several months. But in general, inspiration can come from a conversation, a walk to the nature, from the forest. But I think main part of all inspiration comes from the product, and I think also here that's where Norway have their inspiration from, is that kale leaf they have been looking on and saying, wow, this is so beautiful. Could we make a ravioli looking like this? It's the natural feeling, and then it's brought to. I saw also earlier, and they have been showcasing it with other type of kale, and it was almost impossible to see what were the ravioli and what were the kale. So great inspiration, and can be definitely something that can inspire other chefs for futures. So yeah, job well done.
So now in the furthest reaches of the kitchen, over in kitchen number 12 for Team Australia, we've got over 6 more minutes until we see the platter. So Australia flew from the furthest distance in order to get here from the furthest reaches. They are in the furthest kitchen over on the far side of the arena, and the spectators, their supporters, are also in the furthest corner over on that side of the viewing area.
Je vous propose pour ceux qui sont restés, qui sont dans l'audience, dans les gradins, puisque ici c'est un petit rendez-vous de famille, mais encore faut-il que je le trouve. Christophe Quentin, qui est en train de partir, non? Christophe? Ah oui, venez Monsieur Quentin, venez par là, venez par là, venez par là, venez par là. Christophe, on peut dire que je t'ai pas trop ennuyé pendant l'épreuve. J'ai essayé, hein. Mais non. Maintenant, je vais te tirer un peu les verres du nez, sans trop en dire tout de même, parce qu'on attend toujours, évidemment, hein, on veut ni influencer ni dans un sens ni dans l'autre le jury.
Bien sûr.
Mais pour toute cette belle équipe de supporters français et les visiteurs du CIRA qui sont encore là, la seule question qu'on peut poser, c'est est-ce que ce qui est sorti de la cuisine dans les deux services correspondait à ce qui était attendu sans catastrophe, sans faute, sans stress?
Sans stress, pas sûr. Par contre, c'est sorti à l'heure. C'est sorti même avec quelques secondes d'avance. Donc on était très satisfaits. Même à la table de découpe, c'est parti dans les temps. Et c'est parti dans on va dire, la qualité qui avait été recherchée depuis le début et qui était aboutie sur le dernier entraînement. Voilà, on n'a pas failli sur la qualité, on est dans les temps. Je pense que l'ensemble de l'équipe est satisfaite de ce challenge, de cette compétition. Et maintenant, on croise les doigts, quoi. On va attendre ce soir.
Je crois que ceux qui sont d'abord dans le monde de la cuisine, ou simplement en périphérie, ou simplement des fournisseurs, des gens de l'alimentation en général, peuvent comprendre l'engagement que ça représente de venir se présenter au Bocuse d'Or. Pour les autres, c'est un mystère. L'artisanat, ce sont des métiers, quels qu'ils soient, qui sont très demandants sur l'engagement personnel. Depuis 2 ans, en tout cas depuis 1 an et demi, il faut mettre sa vie entre parenthèses pour l'équipe de France.
Oui, bien sûr, parce que c'est une compétition qui est sur du long terme. Il y a les 3 étapes. Hein. Il y a la sélection France, il y a ensuite la sélection Europe. Puis la finale, donc forcément c'est une compétition sur laquelle il faut s'inscrire dans le temps, il faut prévoir bien sûr son agenda en conséquence et un peu mettre la vie entre parenthèses pour soi, pour son travail, pour sa famille. C'est vrai que c'est un peu de sacrifice, mais ceci dit, la chandelle en vaut le coup, on est content de ce qu'on a fait, on est allé jusqu'au bout, ça c'est fantastique.
il y a une chose qui m'intéresse particulièrement, Christophe. On dit que l'espèce humaine n'est pas la plus puissante parmi les animaux, on va dire parmi le règne animal. En revanche, son critère de sélection, c'est l'adaptabilité. C'est-à-dire savoir à tout moment réagir et s'adapter aux conditions. Est-ce qu'à plusieurs moments de cet entraînement, peut-être après la France, après l'Europe, qui a été un peu difficile, est-ce qu'il a fallu s'adapter, c'est-à-dire repartir à zéro sur certaines choses et recommencer?
Oui, tout à fait. À chaque étape, on repart à zéro parce que les sujets ne sont pas les mêmes, les produits ne sont pas les mêmes, forcément. Donc on est obligé de remettre l'ouvrage sur le.
20 seconds
sur
left,
l'atelier.
Australia.
Donc ça, c'est vraiment important. Et c'est de l'adaptation en permanence.
Merci Christophe Quentin.
Allez, la France. Du bruit.
Australia, I'm going to count you in kitchen number 12 at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kitchen 12, the last kitchen on the other side of the world, kitchen of Australia. The Australian dish from the woods to the rainforest. Team Australia is honored to present a mosaic of roe deer saddle, foie gras and filet mignon, gently infused with mild juniper smoke and black garlic as a centerpiece. The boomerang of venison. Just as I said boomerang, my pad jumped. It's incredible. The boomerang of venison with black mushrooms and cabbage celebrates earthy flavors. Next, our national tribute to Queensland mango seasoned with Davidson plum and macadamia brings a bright, tangy sweet contrast. The third garnish features a ravioli of 18 months age Vieux Cantal, floating in a smoked Japanese tea consommé with petite winter vegetables. Everything is tied together by a vibrant Tasmanian pepperberry poivrade sauce, reflecting the synergy of classic French tradition and Australian influences. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to applaud warmly Australia coming from so far and ending this 24th session today.
Thanks.
2 dishes in every 12 teams.
Thanks very much, Vincent. Now, here we still have the second last dish that we're trying. Chile's platter has been handed out to the judges, and you see it right there on your screen as well as to Kenneth. Kenneth, we see the recipe. You had a taste.
Yeah, Chile did a very impressive plate here. They did something clever. Chile, as we all know, are very famous for their blueberries. So they did a very nice blueberry sauce where the sweetness combined with the foie gras, which is mandatory for the theme, brings it great together. They've done a green apple garnish on the side with that pattern from the forest. The dish is called The Power of the Forest, and the filet mignon is done like a saddle piece with stuffing, morels, powerful spinach. So we have to say that Chile really put the dish names to the tribute and created this nice plate of food. On the side, they have the two-colored ravioli, black and white, small ring, and they also used the smoked oolong tea in the broth, and it brings that really meaty gaminess flavor to it on the side. So inspiring plate and job well done for Chile.
I mean, all these chefs, they actually need to create something new. They receive a few ingredients. Tell me a bit about the process when you get this list of ingredients. How do you start? Where do you get your inspiration from?
All the countries has to represent their country. So when they get the theme, the first thing comes into the mind. What are the greatest flavor I can cook with this product and bring it into the Chilean way, the Danish way, the French way, the Japanese way, the Mexico way. And that gives us all different starts. And then we bring in those flavors that we think brings the venison to shine the most. And that's why I think it was very clever that everybody knows that Chile is famous for the blueberry. Why not make the sauce from that to combine with the venison? We know that the berries goes well with the foie gras and stuff like that. So it's quite important for the competition that you highlight your country with products from your country. Of course, for some countries it can be quite similar. For example, in the Nordic countries, at some point in history, we were one country with all Vikings, but now we are 5 countries, so that's a different story. But we all have a legacy, and that's what it's important to bring forward and showcase that what is the French way or the Japanese way or the Australian way. So it brings varieties to the food.
But how is it then when you have all these ingredients and then you think about the recipe? Do you come together with a team and you brainstorm, and how does it look? You also have to draw a recipe.
It depends. Bocuse is turning into this very, very professional sports event almost. But from my perspective, the creativity has to come from the candidate. He has to have some ideas, and then of course you can bring other members in to perfect that idea and bring the candidate and the country's personality into it, so it showcases this is why we brought this guy and this woman to the competition to showcase what are they doing and why are they doing it. You have to have a story to tell.
Great, thank you very much for giving us a bit of insights on how the process that goes behind.
Yeah, I think if we have been looking today in the kitchens all over the place, I think it's so inspiring us also to see how much special designed equipment it is everywhere in all of the kitchens. Small shells, everything in its order and in its place. Very, very stunning. Also, when they go to the cutting table, very small boxes, how to cut the meat perfect to make it look almost like a carpenter working in that precision that it needs to be on a millimeter precise. Really impressive works by all of the team. So, yeah, fantastic day.
So this already kind of a resume of the day of day 2. Because we already had played by all the countries and could of course witness what they're going through. Here, Australia cutting their very, very last platter, the very, very last platter of the competition, as Vincent mentioned before, the 24th country. Yesterday we had 12 countries, today 12 countries competing, and tonight we'll find out who is the winner of Bocuse d'Or 2025. And we hope to see them, of course, as well. But of course, we're now still waiting for Australia's plate. And Vincent, I think you're now on stage. I hear that you're with a guest. So tell us, who have we got there?
No, you're wrong.
This is someone's
not
home.
with a
No,
guest.
it's-
I'm the guest. He's the host.
It's the host. Yeah, I didn't see who it was, so.
Yeah, you're right. No problem. I'm with Jérôme Bocuse. Jérôme, you're back in Lyon again, and this time with somebody who hasn't been back for years. Little Paul, the other little Paul, not Paul Marcon, the candidate, your son.
Different Paul.
Yeah, it's the first time last time he came, he was 3 years old, and he was in a chef outfit as a baby. And here we are 14 years later. So I'm glad that he's here to see what his grandfather founded and created, and so he can have an idea.
It's crazy, Angela. Last time he was jumping on his grandfather's knees, you know,
Yeah,
and then as a
exactly.
grown-up, a beautiful grown-up
Young man coming back to the stage, looking at the entire auditorium. Yeah, what a creation that you're here.
Paul, what's your impression being here? Take your father's mic.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, it's really cool to see. It's been so long. Obviously, I don't remember it that well, but just super cool to see all the fans, all the supporters, and I love it.
Yeah, of course you don't remember it very well, but we all remember you. You made quite an impact on us.
Yeah, thank you.
This is really exciting because, you know, you belong. I mean, it's your DNA that belongs here. How do you felt when you first came in, like 2 days ago? You were welcomed by anybody as a member of this big family?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've always had a feeling. I've watched it on TV when I was little, but it's definitely different than what I expected. It's just super cool to see.
Do you cook yourself?
Not yet, no.
Not yet, no.
Still
No,
very young.
I'm not touching casserole. You know, it's normal. You know, when I was your age, I didn't want to do the profession of my father. It's normal. You know, it's just. But one day maybe you'll be caught by cuisine and gastronomy. You know, there's something that happens. You don't know. It's a mystery to all of us.
Oh, I was going to ask you, Vincent, you have to do a replay of when young Paul was here when he was only 3 years old. You asked him on stage, and he was wearing this big, giant, floppy chef hat, what his favorite food was. Do a replay.
Yeah, but he doesn't like me to ask him again because the food he likes now is not the same. I call him the Cookie Monster at that time. Well, thank you for being here, Paul. Jérôme, you've been watching from all the screens because you're going all around Syrah all day long, of course. What you see was beautiful, wasn't it? Great level.
Of course, you know, I think each edition, you know, I really always use sport as an analogy, but I think, you know, they're going faster, they're going higher, they're going farther, they're pushing the limits. And I think that's what we've witnessed the last 2 days. So congratulations to all the teams. Can't wait for the results.
Yeah, exactly. What we're seeing a lot throughout the past 2 days is a lot more of the handover of the passing of the guard, meaning that there's a lot of homage to not only the people that they worked with before, but like for Regis and Paul, one generation to a next coming down and competing. We've had another team for Team Norway where the commie is now competing, and so then the candidate is the coach for the commie. So there's a lot of people and a lot of synergy that keep coming back to the competition.
That's pretty cool. Well, thank you for coming. My daughter was here 2 days ago. She's 19. She's in Les Beaux-Arts de Lyon now. Okay. So it's part of the story too, you know, the youngsters. We like to see you. Well, okay, Jérôme, we're going to
Thank you very much. Merci à tous. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jérôme Bocuse and young Paul Bocuse. So right now on the floor, we see Team Australia is over there. They are still carving their venison platter that's about to be presented to the judges in just a short while. We're going to go ahead and let them judge the plate for Team Australia. This is not my iPad. This is your iPad. But I was also speaking with the jury member from Team Australia, and he was trying to explain to me the other history that's behind the Australian team candidate. So I noticed on the names, the commie is actually one of the previous jury member's son who's been working. Let me just go in and check with Scott Pickett. Now, you were trying to give me the family tree and history. Let me get a microphone. You're trying to give me the family tree and history of Team Australia, and I know that it's an homage as well to the Bocuse d'Or.
Hey, thanks, Angela. So, look, you know, it's a very special year for us. It's a wonderful year, but it's also quite a sad year as well, too. You know, we've been in this competition 19 out of 20 times. The only time that we didn't come a couple of years ago was when we were in lockdown during COVID, but aside from that, we've been in every Bocuse d'Or since the beginning.
Yeah, COVID was rough in Australia.
Yeah, it wasn't very fucking nice, actually. No, sorry, it wasn't very good, actually.
Bleep, bleep.
Beep, 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 beep. No, the curfews were very strong and it was very harsh. I think we had some of the hardest in the world. But I think for us about 6 months ago, we kind of were looking around at the team and the jury members and the people who were there. And I stepped back and I was very fortunate that I worked at a restaurant called, like a little restaurant in Melbourne called Restaurant Paul Bocuse, when I was an 18-year-old commie. And so my chef was a wonderful man by the name of Philippe Michel. And so my chef worked for Mr. Paul for 25 years. And so the wonderful thing about Mr. Paul that I think, and when you think about him being a visionary and a forward thinker, is he's the first chef, and this is the late 70s and the late 80s, to expand his brand and his restaurants all around the world, globally. Before Gordon did it, before Ducasse, before Robuchon, before Pierre Garnier, before anybody, it was Mr. Paul. And so my chef, or my mentor, Philippe Michel, took the Restaurant Paul Bocuse name, brand and label to Hong Kong, to Tokyo, to the States and to Australia. So I was 18 years old when I got a job at Restaurant Paul Bocuse in Melbourne.
I'm just going to give you a little flag right now that only talk about the homage.
This is part of the whole story.
No, because there's tasting going on right now.
Well, they shouldn't be listening, should they, Ange? So the homage is my chef and mentor is Philippe Michel. His chef and mentor is Mr. Paul Bocuse. I first met Mr. Paul when I was 18. I competed in 1995. Our previous president, Tom Milligan, competed in 95. I was 05. Serge Vieira, rest in peace, he won my year. It's my 20-year anniversary since I competed. Serge Vieira won, and unfortunately, passed away a couple of years ago. Our candidate this year, who's been the coach for the last 4 years, Dan Arnold, worked for Serge Vieira in France for 7 years. So my mentor is Philippe, his is Mr. Paul. Dan, that was going to be the coach, his mentor and king is Serge Vieira. Dan's commie is Chris Milligan, whose father competed 30 years ago when Reggie Marcon won. And so Reggie won in 95, and his son is competing today. In 95, our president, Tom, competed, and his son is the commie. So there are 5 links all the way through back.
This is one of those things that's so important about a competition like this. It's a career maker. There's so much history. There's so much depth. I have to cut you off. And there's so many things that go on around it. So it's really beautiful to hear all of these stories and how it really is this family, and it's everybody's here together to share all of this inspiration. Over to you, Tanya.
Thank you very much, Angela. Now here we had the pleasure of trying the very, very last dish of the competition, Australian platter. Kenneth, your last comments of the day.
Last dish of the day. as all of the other countries, they have done this Mediterranean job with the crispy pie with a lot of foie gras inside, beautiful cooked. I think the star of this plate is the pumpkin garnish with the roasted pumpkin seed inside, very delicate cooked, great flavor. On the side, the broth could have been a little bit more clear, as it's supposed to be consommé, but the taste is just, oh wow. So Australia, I think with that long story of beautiful history, a strong finisher for today. So thank you, Australia.
Thank you, Australia, to our friends in Down Under. Kenneth, as we round up the day, you've been here yesterday, today here in the studio. You've tried everything. What surprised you?
I think the level of the countries, I think that the level has increased by all the countries. It's getting hot in the top, and it's going to be extremely difficult to find the winner. We've seen high, consistent level all day. And I think also this year's theme was not easy to work. There is a lot of small details that they have to take into consideration, but I think all the teams did such a great job and just smashed that assignment of the venison and brought in the personality, the heritage of their countries. Beautiful plates all day and yesterday. So I'm just amazed at all of the creativity and the skill. Yeah, amazed.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Kenneth Toft Hansen.
My pleasure.
For being here all afternoon, commenting on all the plates. A big round of applause for our commentator here in the studio, Kenneth Toft Hansen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Angela, I think there on the floor, you're now, I think, with honorary president and jury president to talk to, if I'm not mistaken?
Sure, okay, yes. I didn't brief them, and I'm coming over here. So, gentlemen, yes, please stand up. I know it's been a lot for you guys. How has it been over the past 2 days? I know you're going to pass over your tiara to the next winner. So how has it been seated here, eating however many dishes? 2 days, it's a lot. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling right. Give me a third day. I'm ready. No, actually, it's been, as Ken told us all, it's been smashing dishes both days. So very excited, on top of the hill, and yeah, ready to see who is gonna go on the podium.
Yes, exactly. It has been a really exciting 2 days, and I feel like there's been a lot of inspiration over the past 2 days of really people sharing a lot about their cultures. A lot of information has been given, and I know that you've been sitting here. The Denmark supporters are right in front of you as well the whole day, staring at each other. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a very difficult job. So you won in 2023. So thank you so much for being the president of honor. And of course, now how has it been for you over the past 2 days? Your first time to sit like this and eat 40 some odd dishes in one.
First time to eat so much. That's for sure. Yeah. But it was amazing to see, you know, in our industry that this is probably the only opportunity we get to represent our country in our line of work. So to see these people do it at the highest level was very inspirational.
Yes, exactly. Really the country proud and also passing on the guard and everything proud.
Absolutely, and to represent themselves and their cuisine and with the same ingredients across 24 different countries was remarkable.
Thank you. Thank you so much for doing all of this for us here at the competition. Vincent, you want to come on over and join?
Of course, I want to be part of it.
I know. You know, and we were speaking previously about the Bocuse d'Or and what it means to everybody and how important it is. And you said something very astute. You just had your arms open like this as well as you were walking over. Oh, yeah. What is it like?
It's to hug everybody.
It is France, so there is a lot of bisou here. But it's like this big, giant group hug where everybody's sharing their information and they're really,
Of course.
really giving a lot and giving it their all.
Nothing else than a family here. I mean, and being part of this family is a great luck. Not only us, you all over there, you're part of the family today, and all the people watching us all over the world, on this moment, is part of this great Bocuse d'Or family, the best chefs in the world, and the best fans too.
Yes, exactly. These are the best fans. It has been an amazing past 2 days. The sound has been incredible. The flags, everything. The atmosphere was just insane. So at this point of time, we're going to go ahead and release all of the members of the jury.
Oh,
Once
yes.
you're finished with your score pads, feel free to go ahead and stand up, stretch your legs, and go ahead and walk around for a bit. Thank you so much to all of our members of the international jury and for all of the work that you put in for the past 2 days.
Thank you so much.
And, well, we're almost over, Angela. You've been brilliant.
You have been brilliant too. So, ladies
Such
and
as Tanya, who's been brilliant too. I'm really lucky to have you both around because when I'm a little lost, I can rely on you.
Exactly. We rely on each other quite a bit. So now, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The Bocuse d'Or 2025. We've had incredible teams over the past 2 days. Tanya has been giving us tons of information. We hope that all of you around the world have had a great time, but we're going to ask you not to go anywhere because we still have the awards ceremony coming up in well over an hour. The scores are going to be tabulated, so they've got a bit of calculations to do with the bailiffs behind. So for those of you that are seated in the arena, I think that you're going to want to keep your seats because it's going to fill up in here and it's going to fill up very fast because everybody is going to be waiting while
You know why
holding
it takes
their
an
breath.
hour? I can reveal a secret.
Okay.
You know why it takes an hour? First, of course,
Dis-moi.
they got to tidy up here and make it really clean. But also, there's so much numbers to calculate.
Yes.
And there's no IA here. Everything's made by men and women. I mean,
Even the calculation.
no IA. Yeah. There's just, it's the old habits, the whole artisan habit, the craftsmanship.
Well,
habit.
actually, the bailiffs have been here. It's the same bailiffs that we've seen.
They will verify.
since I've been coming here. So it's very, very strict.
Takes time.
Yes,
Takes
and
time.
these
it'll be
tabulations.
it will take about an hour to be back here
Yeah.
to vibrate again.
Okay, I'm so excited to find out.
Well, Angela, that's it.
Okay, thank you guys so much for joining us. Vincent
Thank
and I
you,
are
thank
going to
you, all of
depart
you.
at this point of time, and we're going to send it back over to you, Tanya, in the studio.
Thank you very much. This was Angela May and Vincent Ferniaud on the floor for us throughout the last 2 days. Thank you so much for bringing all the action on the floor here to the stream. Now, here in the studio, I'm now joined by many people here in the studio, but I would like to introduce you to Alice Glenn. She's the Executive VP of New Orleans and Company, basically the tourism office. Next to her, of course, you already know him, Jérôme Bocuse, President of the contest. And right next to me, we have Luc Dubanche, a General Manager of GL Events. And we are here to talk about something very exciting because in 2024 we had the very first America selection, and since then none. And now it's actually coming back next year. So this is very, very exciting, and it's going to be in New Orleans again. And this is something that you actually wanted.
Yeah, of course, you said everything, so I have nothing to say anymore. But you can see there's a troop in front of me, and we are working all together to have this incredible moment again. And yes, back in New Orleans, which is an amazing city. I just discovered this year amazing guys, around you, around Jérôme, the friends. And it's a friendly city. It's a beautiful city for food as well. The producers are crazy. The restaurant scene is crazy. So that's normal that we can go there. We have to go there again to have the selection, the America's selections for Bocuse d'Or and the Pastry World Cup.
Yeah, so it happened in New Orleans for the first time. Now again, New Orleans. Jérôme, I know your father also has a very strong connection to the US. So do you think that would be like a dream come true for him?
It's definitely a dream come true. First of all, that was the first time we had the selection in North America. And thanks to you, we couldn't wish for a better venue than New Orleans. I mean, you know, we have obviously an history with New Orleans being, you know, almost French, you know, or French cousins. So
that's a good reason.
You know, the city of New Orleans was amazing. Our friends, you know, they were, you know, the best hosts we could ever wish for. So, you know, we're really looking forward to go back.
And so you mentioned a little bit the French connection there, Alice, and you told me before that you wanted to emphasize this connection. Why was it so important for you to have it back?
Well, we're so honored to host Bocuse d'Or Americas for the first time in the United States and North America. We feel so strongly about our connections to the country of France and the world. We are one of the most international cities in the United States. We say that New Orleans is built to host. We clearly have so much support from our friends and neighbors for gastronomy and for Bocuse d'Or. So we're honored and so thrilled to be able to welcome them back in 2026.
And what can you tell us? What is happening in New Orleans within the sector of gastronomy? Why do we need to be there and not somewhere else in the Americas?
I think our restaurant scene has become ever increasingly international. We're innovative and doing really creative things within our own restaurants. And I was, in fact, just in Paris this week before I came to Lyon to announce a Michelin Green Guide. So all of your viewers can purchase one and find out exactly where they need to go in New Orleans.
Wow, so lots happening there as well. Luc, I think you wanted to say something?
No, I mean, it's a special city again, and very friendly, very French in a way, yes. This is not America, it's another America. And that's also what makes it so, you know, moving. And when we came back last time, coming back to France, we were just like, it was like a depression, you know. So we need to come back and to catch a new, fresh air from New Orleans, and I'm sure that all the, you know, Americans and would be more than pleased to join New Orleans to have this selection. And with, again, this special touch, you know, and the spicy touch as well, you bring to this food scene. So thanks so much. I mean, it's an honor and a pleasure for us to come back and to probably, do like a food camp in the coming years. And I think we can do something great in New Orleans for the whole American continent.
We can't wait to welcome you back to New Orleans and see what we can do to expand and improve on what we've already begun with our partnership. Merci beaucoup, Luc and GL Events.
Merci à vous. We'll do best. Yeah.
Thank you, New Orleans. Can't wait.
Thank you.
Great. Well, we can't wait either. It's going to happen in summer next year, right? The dates will be out very soon. Thank you so much, Luc Dubanchet, Jérôme Bocuse, and of course, Alice Glenn. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to the America selection in New Orleans. And with that, it's actually it for Bocuse d'Or 2025, at least for the competition. You can stay with us to close this nice competition. Over the past 2 days, we've experienced the best chefs from the world showcasing their passion and their creativity. So thank you so much for being part of that journey, be it here in Lyon and, of course, throughout the live stream, joining us from around the world. Now, we will be back for the awards ceremony at 6 p.m. here on this live stream again. And we will show you, of course, who won. And we hope that you join us for that as well. So, muchas gracias, shukran, arigato, merci beaucoup, xie, grazie mille, tak. Thank you all for watching, for witnessing this. We hope to see you very soon. Have a good evening and goodbye.
At All Clad, we're fueled by a legacy of strong bonds.
Cookware is, if you are a musician, that's your instrument, right? So you have to have trust in your cookware.
This is where we meet. Metals layered together for perfect conductivity. We're bonded for life.
At Be-Water, we've revolutionized water in gastronomy, making it great tasting, sustainable, and local. We're bringing water back to the center of the table. As the main partner of the Bocuse d'Or 2025, we are proud to support the greatest chefs and juries with our Active Plus Active Carafe, designed to enhance every exceptional moment. Be-Water, the water that inspires gastronomy and respects our planet.
Citeo Pro est un éco-organisme agréé au titre de la responsabilité élargie du producteur emballage de la restauration. Il a été créé à l'initiative des entreprises qui en assurent la gouvernance. La mission de Citeo Pro est de s'acquitter des obligations des producteurs d'emballage de la restauration en contrepartie d'une contribution financière. Adhérer à Citeo Pro, c'est pour vous la garantie d'être en conformité avec vos obligations réglementaires. C'est aussi l'assurance pour le secteur de la restauration de bénéficier de l'expertise du groupe Citeo pour réduire l'impact environnemental des emballages.
Perfect presentations every time has been our main goal for 40 years. We work for impeccable dining and drinking experiences. We offer premium and highly functional products. We design the vision of the future. We crown our original collections with numerous awards. With energy efficiency, we accomplish circular production. Bonna makes the finest presentations possible, each and every time. Bonna, passionately dedicated.
Bredor has always endeavored to make premium bread and Viennese pastries available to everyone. Supported by chefs all around the globe, it developed its handcrafted products industrial management philosophy by opening up to all the bakery cultures of the world. Bredor would be nothing without the passion of the women and men who work to meet its customers' demands, thanks to high-performance industrial tools in phase with environmental challenges.
Welcome to the roots of our legacy, where vibrancy vibrates via ventricles and veins, and electricity forever has its blooming days. Welcome to Beyond.
L'envie du vrai. Chez Elle et Vire, en Normandie, nous partageons avec les chefs en quête d'excellence la même envie du vrai. Partir du plus simple et le sublimer pour faire naître de vraies émotions. Chez Elle et Vire, c'est cette envie qui nous anime, pour vous offrir des crèmes et des beurres au goût exceptionnel.
C'est bon, Thierry, on y va.
Elle et Vire, au cœur de l'excellence, l'envie du vrai.
For 150 years, we have been perfecting our know-how alongside our committed producers. Together, we breed respectfully to ensure quality at every step. Our actions reveal the best of each product, enhancing your creations. For the next 150 years, we will continue to innovate with passion so that you can reinvent culinary art. Rougier, we innovate, you create.
Together for almost a century, together with cocoa producers, artisans, and all chocolate lovers, we have been moving the needle for a fair and sustainable industry and for creative and responsible gastronomy. Beyond words, we believe in actions. 100% of Valrona's cocoa can be traced back to the producers. As a certified B Corp, we are committed to improving every day. We accompany artisans of good taste in creating works of art with the most beautiful material and to be actors in the sustainable and committed gastronomy of tomorrow. Together, good becomes better.
drive you through the night, down the hills. I'm gonna tell you something.